Welcome back to the Ironheart Merchant Company, Session 28, a celebration. The day is the 10th, the month is the Silenced, which is December, and the year is 65,009, right at the end of the year. It is getting closer and closer to a very magical holiday for many of you, minus Rolliman. Though Rolliman, having traveled with James all this time, just as a side note, at this point for all three of you, you would know that many towns celebrate the last week of the year with magical gifts, typically gift-giving feasts, and just merriment. A lot of excitement, dancing, and drinking is typically held, so for your own notes. But last time we left off, I believe that. Oh yes. God, last session was chaotic. I'm trying to remember, where did the chaos really start? Oh yeah, it started in the morning. Last time we left off with you lot managing or waking up the following morning after the whole Frodagen and staff fiasco. The party as a group, though without Rollman, who had managed to find his way off to a glittering cave of gemstones to cool his head, rest, recuperate, and think, and mostly get away from Melvin at the time. The rest of the party would find themselves teleporting pretty much back and forth as they decide what to do with this staff that they had. Coming back to, or starting with the party at waking up in the encampment, I believe we immediately had Little Pip and Nar teleporting straight to the city, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Yeah, because it was mostly just minor downtime, like background stuff from Melvin and James as you two continued working on James's project. As Nar and Little Pip found themselves, well, at the time, Little Scarf, as Zopip hadn't shown yet. With the
Drop off a baby.
Yep, the Little Scarf and Nar managing to get back to the city, finding out about the child's background and seeing what was going on around the city. The party, Nar and Little Scarf would immediately begin heading towards the center of the city, trying to get in touch with Terrasitis herself to return this legendary child from the future that James had a sort of vision of when he had unwrapped the poor kid. Though unfortunate for Nar, as the party would find themselves returning the kid, James would find him and Melvin would find themselves teleported in front of Terrasitis and forced into a discussion, with James not really giving his lawyer a chance to look over or fight back against the contract that the Jia wanted him to sign, opting a more passive and diplomatic decision than a conflicting one. James would sign almost on immediately to backing Julian of the House of Venkos with the backing of Terrasias, and with a goal to go and find some other powerful figures on a list to back the rebellion. Though, when given the list, Nar's anger could be clearly seen even in the room, though he quiet as any good lawyer would be when his opinion isn't asked. A visible irritation clearly shown on his face. As James, though, was pushed into signing this contract and agreement, the party would once again be split back up with... if I remember... Now, do remind me, were you all sent back to the resting oasis? Yeah, okay, that's right. And with Nar never getting to not only find out about the staff that he had really truly come to the Jia to talk about, but also not being able to sell the staff like he had originally wanted to. As the party managed to end up getting sent back to the Oasis after the signing of this contract, the party unfortunately would decide at that point that Nar was done with this staff and would, I believe you just cut your fingertips off, correct, Nar?
He went to, but you let him go.
Earlier in the session, I went to, and it just popped off my hand.
That's right, yes. And you had just kind of kept it on you at the time. Now I remember, yeah. Okay, after keeping it wrapped, I remember. As you guys a lot came back, kind of trying to still figure out what you lot wanted to do, how you were going to get back to the city, having seen a strange field of glimmering light as you were there, Nar. I believe you saw the anti-magic shielding, as well as the army of coal and obsidian devils and demons outside of the city already, as you lot were sent back, trying to figure out how to get back to the city and get to your ship and escape. As the party would continue this, Rolliman would find himself escaping from the Underdark tunnels, leaving the gem mine that he had been working about, and as expecting to come out back to near the oasis, though, unfortunately, as he find himself walking into the city and coming out of the Underdark route that the party had used prior to, seeing the city on high alert with guards all about, Uldren would find him walking out of it and immediately sweep him away, leaving, kind of giving a bit of an explanation before the guards would show up to give an alert that the ship was to stay and wait until James would return. I believe at that point you lot as a group you had decided or did decide to let the second-hand craftsman corps or company continue on their pilgrimage alone, as James would convince Little Pip to teleport the entirety of the party, including the Sand Wolf, back and the wagon back to the ship. Or back to the city near the ship. As you lot would return... Huh? No?
No, Nar ran ahead of us to go do something. Don't know what, and we traveled and were chased.
I forgot about that.
And ended up tricked by our Grenna. I do believe it was.
Gressa.
Maybe Gressa.
Mm-hmm.
And after re-meeting up with Nar, we discovered it was due to Little Pip, and Little Pip teleported wagon, then us.
Yes,
leaving her behind.
I did forget about the Gloom Dragon and Gressa. Yes, my apologies. That little bit I forgot. I didn't write that down at all. Yes, I do apologies. As Nar decided to... I think you went with Little Pip ahead of the group, if I remember correctly. Am I right on that, Nar? Yep. Wasn't Low Pip on your shoulder? Yeah, yes, I remember. Okay. Yeah, it's because the two of you went ahead to the city. I forgot about that. James and Melvin would take the wagons and start heading off, with the Gloom Dragon suddenly appearing behind them, and what at first seemed to be a Rakshasa woman in a dress running towards them in the middle of a desert, completely unsuspicious of the situation. Melvin and James fully didn't think this was fishy, as they began to kind of watch and wait, kind of trying to get away, keep a decent pace, but also veering towards and watching to see what would happen. Melvin coming up with a quick decision to cast Minor Image, it was Minor Image, to create a distraction for the Gloom Dragon that suddenly, like a cat, found itself ployed by the creature, seeing a version of Doots chasing it, and then yelling at him. The Gloom Dragon seemed almost perplexed and in shock as it stood there watching and trying to figure out why this mortal being was of no threat, as it seemed. The woman managing to get aboard the party's wagon, they would continue on, losing the Gloom Dragon in the distance as they did so. As eventually they'd run back into Nar and Little Scarf, as they decided to make camp at the previous ambush site, setting up with the party, or rather meeting up with the party there, as the group would all come together. Around that point, the party would find out the truth about Gressa, thanks to a good roll from Little Pip managing to see through her disguise. As she began to freak out and began to use her magic, the party, though kind of surprised that they were being attacked once more by her, with Little Pip's quick thinking, managed to teleport everything. But I believe you did take the wagon. That's right, because that was one of the questions I think I had to ask specifically. Leaving her just to fall like 10 feet to the ground, I believe. As you lot would find yourselves back within the city, next to the ship, getting the cargo or your wagon back onto the ship, you lot would climb aboard, finding Rollman down below and learning that Uldren was aboard the ship. You lot would also find yourselves surprisingly once again assaulted by the Jaws troops, as soldiers of theirs came to the area trying to put you all under arrest. Requiring that only those who converted to a faith and swore on their God to hold this deal that James had made, that they would be allowed to go free. Though, as the party would find themselves deafened, not trying to hear anything that happened, only Melvin managing to catch what would be said. Face would volunteer first to go up and declare himself a holy man. Melvin hearing exactly what happened and a almost immediate shadow of fear over him, and a surprised look with the his big bucket of popcorn as Zevral watches in the background like this shit is Game of Thrones for him.
Cinema.
I didn't see that coming. But
Is this entertainment?
yeah, right. As we leave, we come back to the party, having managed from there take off at quick race, managing to escape the guards and going Uldren knocking down the anti-magic shield. The army of fiends that had been sitting outside the city suddenly attacking at the first sign of the barrier breaking. The party, in a quick thinking from Nar, decided to take their blue alchemist fire vial, because it wasn't a barrel as I look back on the video, which is even scarier for what I did for my calcs on that. As you were told and instructed to only throw this about 20 feet in front of you and you would be fine, as you, Unar, pulled out this vial of blue alchemist fire and dropped it over the side of the ship, watching an army get scorched, glassing the sand and desert around it as it did so. Your ship began to take off and you lot kept on at a high speed. During your downtime, you lot have had some time to relax over the last 7 months, kind of keeping a steady pace, Rollman managing to keep the airship well out of sight of any raiders, thankfully, with Nar's help from last time with the roll of the use magic device before we ended session. Though it does seem that there are less raiders in the skies these days, you lot, as you continue through your 7 months, do see the front lines of the Terracizes territory in the gloom that have pretty much started to actually dig in trenches, the sight of what you can see of bright lights and flashes as James, Roman, and Nar. It doesn't take long for the three of you to realize that there are wands just being used left and right down there against, as almost like a trench warfare. As you pass by the giant lands, above ground it still looks as unspoiled as before, but even being hundreds of feet in the air, you lot can still hear the sounds of hammers slamming down into the ground, the sounds of singing giants coming from deep below the earth as you pass by. The oceans are quiet. The Hydra vassal does not seem to once come from the wagon during the 7 months, seemingly quiet in the background, almost as if they weren't there. But as you lot spend your next 7 months relaxing and kicking back, as you come to an landing in Gem Cutter's port, or can finally see it in the distance, you suddenly hear the awakening of the individual from down below, as you lot are probably about a half a day's journey, expecting to get there by the time of daybreak. Rollman, James, and Nar, as each of you kind of come awaken out of your slumber, coming out of your rooms, you hear and see. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Well, I'm Hydrathian Omnivox. 20 feet tall. Or 20 feet long, sorry. 13-headed Pyro Hydra. Absolute fucking Chad and what looks like a mix between like a Liberace kind of vibed musician's outfit and leather armor. Six of my 13 heads have monocles. And all 13 of my heads yawn as I've been asleep for 7 months, I guess.
I see for a while.
You do notice as he comes out, all of his wounds are completely healed. There's not a scratch or scar
was
on
wounded?
him. He did have 8 heads, if you remember my first description.
Yeah, he was also missing his balls.
Oh, yeah, true. Is the ball still gone?
I look for my balls.
They are there now.
Incredible.
The 7 months of turns out when your master had told you about that the theory of draconic healing could work to your species. You weren't fully believing him, but sleeping for 7 months seemed to have done the trick.
Hey, 100%. I'm just glad my fast healing is back.
Morning, Hydroxian.
Who are you?
It's me, James. You and I got into a bit of a spat. I apologize for that.
Oh man. I'll tell you what, 7 months worth of dreams. It's like a DMT trip. I feel like I lived a whole different life.
You're welcome to have any of the rest.
Did I
I
used
think
to hate you?
we didn't quite get along, but 7 months it's been a bit calming for us all.
Hmm, interesting. Why did I hate you?
You referred to me as the help, and I argued back.
Oh, are you the help? I could really use that.
If you have money, I'm willing to provide services. I am a merchant.
Interesting. Interesting. In my lands, you would be the help. But I guess,
Well, we're getting
where are we?
close back. We're about a half a days out from the gem cutter's port. There it is.
Oh,
If you'd
incredible.
like, we can swing back by and drop you back off at the settlement you were watching over for Zilpip.
I don't think that's a good idea. I've been asleep for 7 months, and I don't imagine Greg would take too kindly to the fact that I just left my post for 7 months.
You might be meeting him or be very close to him. This is going to be a festival we're going to.
Yes, we are
Ah.
going to a festival
I say,
in regards to
as you kind of
we are one of the-
as you kind of take a second and like head up above as they mention this, just to kind of take a look real quick. You see the vast country and see your city as well as the city that was being worked on. Unless you're back as you head back down below.
Well, shit. Well,
You can hide here if you want.
I
What?
think there's really okay. This fucking sucks. Well, we'll see what happens.
You didn't think this through, did you, Wolf?
Unless any of you have illusions big enough to hide me.
Nope.
Unless you pray to me as a god, I don't think I can help you, my
I
friend.
have first level spells, my man.
Even after 7 months of dreaming, I don't think I could ever see you as a god.
And that's why I don't think I can help with that.
As James is kind of sitting there with you at this point, around the table, Nar and Rollman kind of taking a seat as well as Face goes about making what looks to be a rough bit of mashed. You think it's a sweet
Something.
potato. It smells like one. It tastes like one. And you have sweet potatoes on the brig, but there's just something different about it, as well as some sort of hefty poultry-like meat. This humanoid figure with what looks to be a heavy cloak and a white mask that seems to either smile or frown as he walks about. As he hands this to you up. As you mentioned this about the magic, he kind of stops as he holds a plate next to James and looks over at you and smiles, only standing about 5 feet tall, and goes, I can do it.
Ooh, that would be excellent. What can you make me look like?
What do you want to
Anything?
look like?
Not a 13-headed Hydra used to be noble. Really, anything that's not what I am right now.
He nods and goes, anything? Okay. He holds out his hand and goes, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, excellent. I don't have hands to shake you. I am sorry. But if you can just loosen me, that would be great.
kind of looks at you and then like tilts his head and the smile turns to a frown, and and you hear the voice go, "Sorry, you have to be able to accept the deal to be able to use my magic. That's if you can't. No, there's no issues."
Well, it,
You
then
can try shaking his hand with one of your heads.
I,
Or he has feet. You can use a foot.
There's that
for
too.
whatever reason, I don't think this will work. Thank you for trying, my friend.
He nods and kind of picks up the plate once more and goes sits it down in front of James, and then kind of circles back around the table before going back into the cooking area or the kitchen.
All right. So half a day, and then what do we have to? Is there like some sort of parade or something? What do we have to do?
Did we ever receive an itinerary on what we should do for this, other than we were just invited?
I believe you were only told you were invited. I don't think you actually received a letter. No.
No, we were just told it was partially for us.
Uh-huh. And decided you were going to go show up.
Yeah. Who doesn't show up to their own party?
Well, technically, you never got an invite, so, I mean...
True.
But,
I mean,
yeah.
it's kind of hard to send an invite out normally in this day and age.
True. They'd have to be able to track your ship somehow. But as you lot are still continuing on, breakfast is had, a simple thing of what looks to be rum and water is handed out amongst the troops to keep them lively and moving. As you lot begin your descent, Roland, give me a use magic device, since I assume you'll be flying the ship.
Yeah.
While Rollman is coming in for a landing slash kind of taking the helm, do any of you, the rest of you, have anything you'd like to do in the meantime?
I'm looking for Greg. If
Oh,
I
God.
can see Greg.
The enemy.
The enemy.
I'm going to go sort out some things and put some materials away for right now. I think nothing too important.
Give me a search check on. All right, not you, James. For Hydrathian.
14.
14 for the use magic device.
Search. Can I argue for spot?
Sure, I'll take a spot.
Word.
I think he has better spot than search, guys.
No.
Wildly.
Really? Couldn't guess that.
He's got 13 heads to spot with.
Oh, so bad.
They look in every direction.
12.
Wait,
Yeah, as all 13 of the heads look in every direction, up, down, side to side. One goes across the ship to look over the other side of the ship just to make sure. Not literally, I'm joking. If his necks could stretch that long, that'd be actually dangerous. But no, as... go ahead.
It'd be a hazard.
It'd be, yes.
They are pretty long. They can stretch pretty far.
But yeah, as you look about the ship, you do not, or look about all sides of the ship, looking over the edges, looking to the skies, you do not see any signs of a giant dragon flying anywhere about. However, you do see down in the town Greg's Maratom's clear sigil, as well as a sigil you recognize. Go ahead and give me a knowledge nobility to see how much what you catch on about it.
Okay. Damn, dog. I'm getting shafted. 14.
It's not
Because you grew your
Zilpip's
balls
60s. Yeah. You know.
Sure ain't.
welcome to the club.
You're right. Poor James and his diplomacy.
I feel mortal.
You do recognize the sigil of the two-headed dragon Shavika, and you underneath the King Greg's Maratom's own. As you kind of take a moment, it does kind of click in that these two. That means that these two are vassal and overlord, or king.
Which one's which?
Greg's Maratum, from what you can tell, would be the reigning king, based on his sigil being so much higher. You also do
Word.
catch, with that roll, 3 other sigils. You see your own, clearly depicted, though currently
Right
slightly
on.
charred, as you notice,
Uh-oh.
as it's depicted everywhere. The
Love it.
the clan of Trahir's crane, depicted about, as well.
Okay.
And then, James, as you head below, putting away a few things in your room last minute, looking about, you see Melvin's door has not opened. As before, this has happened enough times before. It doesn't take much for you to realize he's probably in there talking to his benefactor, and will probably, or he's asleep, and will probably be a day or two.
I'll leave him a note still.
Okay.
Slide a note under his door.
The note will just be a simple statement of, "Hey, while I'm out, I'm going to look for a few spell scrolls for you, as I will need your help crafting some things, if you don't mind when I get back."
Okay. As you slide that under the door, as the rest of you Nar, I guess, did you have anything you'd like to do?
I'm enjoying my short time of peace for the chaos that happens every time we land somewhere.
You're just sitting down there enjoying your warm water, watching as the rest of the crew goes about their day.
I'm just enjoying the sights of the city, just looking over.
Dreading when we finally land and
Say,
start
Yeah.
interacting.
you can see the peace on Nar's face, but there's a 1,000-yard stare in his eyes as he looks at the city.
Nar is wearing his more slightly fancier lawyer outfit rather than his battle gear.
Okay.
True.
Wearing your
Yeah,
more
should
merchant
look
clothes,
spiffy.
basically your law clothes. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
My armor is my fancy clothing, so
Ornate.
Let me check.
it's fit for it. So
Is it ornate? Did you put ornate things on it?
yes, it is.
Cool.
Its description puts it as such.
Alright.
I'm just checking something. Oh no, you guys really don't have anybody with that. Okay. Alright. As the ship kind of continues in for a landing, it does take about the rest of the morning to manage to come in. But as you land, you do see about 20 or 30 other ships that are just landed in the area that you come to. Large docking towers that have been set up to basically allow for gangplanks to be protruded over, as well as what look to be like full ramps set to allow wagons down. As
Do you recognize any?
ships are unloading. Give me a knowledge. I'll take actually profession merchant or knowledge nobility. We'll say that'll work.
Profession merchant or
Guess I'll
knowledge?
take a look.
Mm-hmm.
Will these give different answers?
No.
To profession merchant.
Oh,
'Cause that's
11?
funny.
Okay.
My profession merchant.
All right.
22.
Nice.
I trained you well.
Yeah, as you look about, you see the sigils for the Chocolate Thunder Smithy,
Awesome.
a well-known smithing guild that is known to take in around 1.2 million gold pieces a year on average. The Golden Hand Merchant Company, that you immediately recognize their ship, Fenrir's Exotic Beasts, a exotic animals mercantile ship, Curtis's Wooden Arrows, the Cooking Outsiders, and the Choco Delivery and Guidance Service, or CDG.
Okay. But no other ones that I recognize?
Nope. Actually, no, that's not true. Between you and James, you do recognize a few noble houses, other than Shavika's own sigil and Greg's sigil amongst the marks. Again, seeing the houses of Trahir, or the clan of Trahir, as well as a sigil that looks to be similar to Hydrathéon's own sigil. You do see the Ja's own clan, as well as multiple members of her kingdom's own clans. You do see the House of Closen and Beastmail as well. And a few others that, though are of less importance, kind of catch your eye. You do catch the sigil of the Strong Helm and the Flared Dukedom.
That's what Aerodictum I recognize as very new.
Yes, you would have heard about this roughly about 9 days ago on the ship, as the World News broadcast went out for the new year.
We would have also heard about it before that back in Terrasites' kingdom.
You did from what's his name? Yes,
Yeah,
the
from
World
World
News,
News
The guy we
year
met.
ago.
the World Travelers
Yeah.
Report mentioned it. Yep, that's true.
I'll mention that to James. Keep an eye on them. New
Well, yes,
people.
they're in connection with the I do believe it is the Trade Alliance of Smiths.
Second trades company, third trades company, one of those.
Well, I was naming the country.
Oh, the country. Okay. All right.
Yeah. As the ship comes in for a landing, though, you do see mini ships. These are massive. Many of these are the trade ships, though, look to be smaller, about roughly a little bit larger than your own. Many of them having around 3 to 4 decks, not very wide and being more designed to carry large cargo. The noble houses, you do notice, came with the finest warships they seem to have been able to bring. Almost all of the noble houses that brought their ships seemingly ordained with bright gold around these spell cannons, massive things of or massive flags amongst their looking for the word here. What's it called? Sail, there we go. Amongst their sails, what looked to be almost like the slaves that are dressed up in the finest of silks unloading as these crates of what looked to be fancy exotic woods sealed with whatever could be inside them are kind of unloaded. The houses here did not seem to come to play. This looks to be a full merchant dealing of sort. As you kind of look about, James, Rollman, Nar, and Hydratheon, amongst the four of you, it does not take long to realize that this might be more than just a minor gathering to celebrate the new year.
Might be able to sell some things here, or buy some things.
Well, we don't have much we are planning to sell here.
But as you look over to the city, you see the large walls made of massive chunks of glittering gemstones. As you look on, even from here, being almost 3 miles out from the city itself at this point, you can see the walls glittering in the sunshine as they seem to sparkle. Different colors all about. Doesn't take long to kind of realize that these are dragon scales from very large, like dragon-like creatures. The city within, you can see, seems to glitter similarly, having rounded, almost like India, like the fancy India houses with the like almost Hershey Kiss like top as their building toppers. I forget what that's called. There's a term for it. But seeing these large peaks kind of glimmer and shine in silver, gold, some glimmering in blue, which you recognize immediately as lyrium or death ore itself. The buildings made and carved and built out for what looks to be repairs and chunks of gray stone that have kind of make up the majority of the city's main foundation of its buildings, but where clear damage was put into the city and buildings were broken up, marble has replaced those chunks. Towers that are like half old gray stone with the top half now out of magnificently carved marble can be seen easily displaying over the what you roughly count maybe about 50-foot to 60-foot walls, even from the distance that you're out. But as you lot come to a stop, you do see the flag down below of a sigil that some of you recognize, or that you did recognize as Trahir, but as you look at it, James and Rollman, you do see what looks to be, it's a black crane instead of what normally looks to be almost a white with striped like crane. This one seems to be almost predicted with red eyes and a bit of reddish smoke. You would recognize this as the sigil of the second hand of Neff, the Diamond's Blade. Also, what was most people rumored as the battle junkie of the Gemstone Port.
Well, we have the Sandwolf and there isn't much material we have to sell other than whatever weapons and armaments that would have been made by Nar Smiths over the 7 months' time.
It's true. Roughly, from what you can tell from their goods, I believe they can only produce normal gear, no masterworks.
Uh,
Correct.
they produce masterworks very easily. That's the point of their
Oh,
class.
so it's masterworks. That'd be roughly put you about 30,000 gold pieces made over or of quality of items over the last 7 months.
We'll take those in to sell then as we go. That'll probably be about it for
So you-
here, because
Mhm.
I don't want to bring that platinum in here.
You can market them as exotic because they're technically Thrycreen made.
As I say,
I love it.
As Nar, Roloman, and Hydratheon kind of stand on top of the deck, looking amongst the gear in the wagon and trying to figure out what they're taking with them.
And I mean, if we set up somewhere, I don't mind doing some cool moves, wielding the swords to attract some attention.
Yes, because we also need to replace Nar's buckler.
I can just pick up a new one while we're walking through. It shouldn't take me
Mhm.
long.
Well, yeah, or I don't think we'll
Well,
run into issues in
then
finding
still.
what we need.
Well, then let's take this all to sell and
See what this whole festival is about.
yes.
Hydratheon, as you kind of stand on top of the deck, kind of seeing the Roloman, James, and Nar looking amongst the items, kind of sorting out the gear, pulling what they don't want to sell off, and setting things aside. You feel someone come up behind you and kind of tap you on the shoulder. As you look back, you see the face of the fire giant that you had seen amongst this crew. Or you have yet to actually meet amongst this crew. He seems to be eyeing you, and as he looks at you, he kind of holds up a small little bag that has like bits of like makeup. Brushes, things of lipstick, blush, like a full makeup kit, like that. This thing, and it's got labels.
Mhm.
It is organized. As he just kind of looks at you and then looks at it and then looks at you again.
I have one question. Is it Gucciified?
It is not.
I'm gonna hit you.
Hello there, friend. Do you want to do my makeup?
He just puts a finger up to he takes one of his hands and puts a finger up to like two of your mouths and like moves his hand about trying to get to the others to try and shush you.
I oh, I lower all 13 heads so he can shush me.
He just nods up and down yes.
It's gonna take a
Then
while.
all 13 of my heads will nod yes.
All right. As he starts walking back down below, about the time that Roman, James, and Nar and Little Scarf managed to get everything loaded onto the wagon, the amount of weapons and armor that the Nar's people have made, they're not light, and it's going to take a bit of a minute to move everything about. You all see as Uldren seems to kind of pull Hydratheon aside and seems to be kind of working about him with this little makeup kit as he does. Hydratheon, roll me a d8.
Is this a disguise check by Aldrin or something?
Don't worry about it.
You don't need to worry about it. Although, I'm wondering, you've never had that discussion with him
Alright.
why he was here.
Nope.
It was put into my thing. It was
Did
never
you?
rolled. Yep.
Oh, well,
That is an 8.
should have reminded me this morning. That is an 8. Alright. Hydratheon, what's your size category? Are you large?
I am huge.
You are made to look like a what looks to be a young frost giant. As he
Holy shit.
works
Okay,
you
wait.
up,
Pause.
kind of shoving your heads together into what looks to be a thick mask. Kind of shoving a very thick waisted coat around you, putting thick boots that seem to elongate your legs a bit and make you push your back out. You feel something as he gets behind you and shoves it onto your back that seems to clamp you back to make you stand up straight.
Can I put 2 of my heads through the armholes so
As
I
hands.
sort of have arms and
he
hands?
seems to, as you do that, he gives you like two prosthetic, like what? Well, he calls them fake hands. Although as you take a bite into them, they like as hard as metal. But seem to have little like holders basically to allow you to hold it. Now you look like you have two hands as your the mouths bite hold of it and hold them. As he finishes up putting some glasses of thick beard to cover most of your neck and long hair, you are finished to look like just a young, nerdy-looking, like, scholar frost giant.
This is
Would I know a
maybe
nerdy frost
my
giant
new
name
favorite
offhand?
thing next to 30 frogs in a trench coat. Like, this
Nice.
is...
A 13-headed
I
Hydra
am
in a
a
trench coat.
13-headed Hydra made to look like...
Fucking
Sorry,
trench
what
coat.
size of a frost giant?
You are a huge frost giant, so you
Okay,
you still
word.
keep your
You're a young adult.
yeah, you still look like you just look like a young like scholarly adult. Although the
Come
beard,
back up above 10.
yeah, you come back.
Whoa, who is this frost giant?
You all.
How do I look, gentlemen?
I will say, as you all look at this, he looks perfectly like a frost giant, like exactly like you'd expect.
With what he says, though, I'm going to go off context clues and tilt my head. Hydraxian?
One and the same.
Very good
All
disguise.
right, we probably want to use a code name for you if you're trying not to be found out.
I...
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, no. Little business suit. Now he looks like another lawyer that can stand next to
Yes! Yes!
Just be the silent
I'm the
lawyer
bottom one.
that
I wanna
stands
be the
next to
bottom
Nar.
one.
the bottom one. I love it. All right.
Do you think you can come up with a creative name for this?
I stare at him. I look at myself, who's a troll. I look at the frost giant, who I haven't been to their land since before they were scholars, and I just look back at James.
I would
You need
like... I am Frosty the Snowman.
Okay.
How about that?
Is that your last name, Snowman?
Frosty of House Snowman.
Frosty of House Snowman. You think that'll work, James?
Can I? What do I roll to see that how well that will work?
No knowledge, nobility, or I'll take a knowledge history. You will get two different answers.
Frosty S. Snowman.
Listen, it's either that or Jeffrey Grunaga.
That's a 10.
You do not want the name Grunaga.
10 on what? Nobility or history?
That's history.
History.
Those are the two.
So there's no known houses amongst the giants that are recognized outright, other than Grunaga. There are members of the society that are considered nobility, meaning they are treated very well because their family provides a lot or has a decent backing of troops to Utham. But in the idea of what you know, as lords of like dwarves are typically given titles, and that's your nobility is the house you rule, the lands you rule. Giants see it more as how close you are to the courts, to the king himself. Usually meaning that typically those who would stick around would be those who would have a higher ranking. Now, with that said, taking a last name would mean that he has position, which would mean that so anybody amongst that could be amongst Utham's court, and knowing that Regan Utham is an ally, a staunch ally of Greg's Martom, as most people have stated or believed, this could mean that he could get easily found out to not be a member of the ranking. So Frosty as a name, yes, having a last name would be harder to pull.
You shouldn't take a last name. That'll get you found out way too quickly.
Then
Frosty
I'm
or
Frosty.
Snowman might work.
Frosty.
Frosty.
Just Frosty.
All right. And
Well,
why
I
would
could say
Frosty be
that-
traveling with us?
Ooh, Snowman is my... It's my
Snowman is like
code name. It's my...
Your code name?
Player name.
It's my code. It's my... No, it's my...
Brought on
Ooh,
as
I am in a suit. It's my bouncer name.
Your bouncer. Okay.
This
I'm
is
a
my bad.
bouncer.
He's
You're-
brought on as extra protection. There.
Am I in charge of him then? In this theoretical?
Fuck
Yes.
you. Absolutely not.
No.
Go fuck yourself.
Listen, Hydraxian, if you don't want to be found out, this is the service I have to provide, and I'm even providing it for free.
If you can beat me in a fight, I will be your employee. Until then,
Oh no, you're not.
I think
this is a
I'm
temporary- This is
This is-
stating that you were temporarily hired, or would you rather say that you paid us for transport here?
did I?
Technically, no.
Well,
Nar kind of looks at the lot of you as you're kind of having this conversation, grabs his backpack, putting it on with a little scarf on his shoulder, and just disembarks.
I'm heading off too at this point with the cart. Behind me.
Frosty,
okay.
this snowman bouncer is we've been hired him on for this festival.
word. I like it.
All right. As James, I assume, is getting in the cart and driving with Rollman and Frosty walking on either side, following after Nar.
Knows what he is. That's right.
All right. As you guys
Let's go.
kind of start heading down below, give me a handle animal, James.
I'll say I'll hand James the staff, just because I
Hey,
don't.
exasperated at who?
That is the question.
That gives me a +5 to it. Thank God. That gives me a +6.
I thought for a second hand like the staff. I was like, what the fuck? What are you doing?
No, I don't have that staff anymore.
24.
That deal has not yet gone through, as Melvin has been out of commission during the 7 months, just for reference, as he has not given me any downtime.
That staff's not leaving the ship. When Melvin decides to finally do something about it, it's sitting on the ship.
I was gonna say, I assume it's in Melvin's room at this point, just waiting for him.
Yep.
Yep, that's fair. But yeah, all right, no worries. Then with 24, as you manage to get the Sandwolf hooked up and ready to go, he seems to with ease not give you much issue. Now I do have a question. I assume Nar, you're during this downtime of those 7 months, you're keeping your pet kept in your room, or are you letting him run about the ship? The Embermaid for reference.
Yeah, the Embermaid. I mentioned to be in the room unless I was walking him around because pets need exercise. But
Yeah.
Other than that,
I was gonna say he's the full size. He is now a large beast. So.
Yes.
In 7 months.
Just even in the
It was
stables.
originally designed for huge creatures, so.
Yeah. Well, he's down in the bottom deck of the ship. Or no, he's in. He's in Nar's room. He's in Nar's room, assumedly.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay, just making sure. I was just checking to see if you were gonna leave that behind or if you were gonna write him in. Okay. Then as you guys start to disembark, getting down to the bottom of the tower, you do see as this panther-like Rakshasa with dark black skin that you can clearly see bits of what look to be darker splotches that almost indicate small spots, comes walking forward, their green eyes bright and glittering as they smile, their teeth kind of sparkling a little bit as they do so. They look up at you, the sigil above, as you recognize for the members of Trahere? No.
Here.
Trahir, thank you. Sorry, I was looking through my notes here. For the House of Trahir with the blackened crane. As you come down, though, she just kind of stands there waiting for you lot, dressed in a full merchant outfit, though, as it doesn't take much more than a quick glance to notice bits of the leather armor clearly shown and the large saber on her hip.
Hello?
She kind of looks at you. You say, and goes, nice to meet you. My name is Ultimus. I'm here to bring any, let's say taxpayers in. May I ask what the Ironheart Merchant Company is doing in the territory of the Gem Cutter's Port? Are you here to pay your annual tax?
Get that paid and be here for I do believe, the festival?
You were given your invitation, then I assume, correct?
No, I just heard we were being honored and generally believed that one should show up to their own party.
You see her chuckle slightly at that for a moment, and as she does so, you notice that almost out of the shadows from behind her, where with the sun just coming up in the distance, the shadow is cast long past from your ship over everything, causing a bit of a lighter darkness, causing almost a little light vision to be needed as you look about. Two large Rakshasa-like figures that seem to be both about 10 feet tall kind of suddenly appear beside her on either side, and she goes, "And how do I know you're James of the Ironheart Merchant Company and not some necromancer filth?"
You're welcome to check my mind. I am James of the Ironheart Merchant Company, the founder. Beside me here, as I gestured to Rollman, is Rollman. And ahead of me, there is Nar.
And the frost giant.
He is Frosty,
Frosty.
temporary hire for the festivities.
So you'll allow
Last
us
time,
to go ahead.
last time I was here, I ended up losing a comrade on a job, and I'd like to avoid that.
So you'll allow us to deep dive each of your party's memories to make sure there's no signs of them having any problems, aggression towards our great leader and his now new vassal.
I can speak only for myself. You may ask each of them. I have no issue with it for myself, though.
I'll offer myself up first. I have nothing to hide.
She looks over at Rollman.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
And lastly, looks at Frosty.
Can I
Uh-huh.
gauge exactly how loyal I think this person is to Greg himself?
Yeah, give me a sense motive. That's actually surprisingly not the question I thought I was gonna get.
Can I eat
And I
this
hide
guy?
my-
Well, I'm not
true
just gonna
feelings.
like fucking attack her.
No, that's smart.
If you do, I want you to know we'd all immediately turn on you.
What?
I
That's
am pretty confident I could kill at least two of you.
also. I thought you weren't speaking for your entire group.
Wait, are we wrestling? I like wrestling. Wait, hold on.
Fucking where the fuck? There it is.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
word. Sense motive
Yes.
2.
2?
Is that good, gentlemen? 2.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You know what? That's not bad. It's not bad.
We're getting the real
Seen
3.5 experience
I
now.
haven't rolled above a 4.
Welcome to my life.
As you kind of look her up and down for a moment, I mean, you don't see any sigil. She's not showing the sigil of Greg's Marathon, which is kind of weird that that's not being portrayed anywhere amongst the ports. And it's instead her clan, or this sigil, which is while a noble rank, as you heard from James and Rollman earlier, not a high-ranking vassal. As you kind of think for a minute, give me a wisdom check. We'll call this my common sense check to see if you can get anything.
Word.
Does the Hydra have common sense?
Well, if he rolls it 2, I can't help at that point. Like that's just the character's just doomed not to know this.
Listen, I have a
information.
+0, so. Oh my fucking god.
What'd you get?
2?
That's a 2.
Yeah.
Damn.
You're just not meant to know this. So as you kind of look for a second, I mean, you're not sure how this works. It's kind of like, I mean, you weren't loyal, so as you kind of think for a second, why they couldn't have been treated any better than you were.
Well, I don't have active hostilities towards Greg, so I'll be like, sure, just stay away from the butt stuff in my head.
You see, she kind of turns to the guards and says some things. Do any of you speak Terran?
Aaron?
Yeah.
No.
No.
I speak
Is
primordial,
that-
I do believe. Let me double check.
It is a subset of primordial specifically.
Right?
Yeah,
It's the Earth language.
yeah, it's specifically Earth Elemental.
Yeah, nope, I don't even speak that. I speak Dwarvish, Draconic,
I
Celestial.
say if you know
Common, Giant,
primordial or primitive, I might. Or
I know
if
primitive.
if you know primordial, that's what it was. Yeah, I'll give you a shot. But if you don't have the language now,
Yeah, nope, don't know it.
Nope.
okay.
Meant to have someone teach me, but they kind of fucked off really
She
quickly.
says a few things to the two guards to the side of them as they walk over to Nar first, and she looks back over to Frosty and goes, "All right, we're gonna search this only for the butt stuff."
Oh my god.
She looks over.
I'm so embarrassed about it, though.
You're not
James
very
will
good
take
at
off his
showing
helmet.
your emotions. As she orders her men, Nar, give me a will save
I expect nothing less from my
if you choose to
bodyguard.
or trying to resist.
kind of be fucked up if I resisted. I said I have nothing to hide. That'd look really bad.
That's fair. Alright, as you feel your mind probed, let me confirm something. Does Nar have any ill will towards Greg's Maratom or Shavika or Neff?
I don't think so. The only negative thing we might find, not really related to Greg Moore's land, is he doesn't like the black markets, but that would just come with him being a heavy law guy.
Okay. Alright, as you feel your mind probed as if someone's trying to stick their fingers into your head, kind of moving it about as they go through. But as the two guards then let you go, you feel the spell let off as well.
I hate it when people do that.
I'll offer a second.
Guards walk over to you. Give me. Are you gonna try and?
No.
No. All right. Do you have any ill will?
Nope. To all three, and Roman kind of respects Neff more than anything.
Okay. As you see, Ultimus kind of nods as the guards move over to James. All right, James.
Take his helmet off and let them go. And no, he has no ill will or feelings of hostility towards those three.
Okay. Okay.
Now it's time for the butt stuff.
And now, as they walk over to Frosty, as Ultimus seems to.
They would find a lot of shock that Frosty's into butt stuff.
Right? Yeah. Ultimus does seem to put her hand on her saber hilt as they walk over to grab Frosty. Yeah, Frosty, are you gonna try?
I'm not fucking resisting. Chill.
Are you gonna try and save?
No.
Okay. Now,
What they find is the most
I'm gonna roll for their
Trauma
what they're gonna see.
just absolute terror that he has for Greg.
Let's see. What is her?
You know, there's some bad memories of this character, getting all their heads ripped off before they became...
There was probably some butt stuff there.
You see Ultimus's eyes.
Where do you think he picked up the butt stuff?
You see Ultimus's
Let's not forget
eyes
castration.
and face go slightly pale for a moment as her eyes kind of go wide. She kind of looks at you and just nods and goes, "I would have too." Turns back to James and goes, "Just do not meet with Greg's the Emperor himself, King, whatever he's calling himself these days. He will see through your friend's depictions, and the butt stuff might entice his interest. I recommend if you'd like to keep your friend as a bodyguard." As she kind of looks over at the two guards who kind of you have to squint their eyes at her for a second with confusion on their face as they let go of Frosty. And she looks back at you.
I will do my best to keep him away from there.
She nods and goes, I would. He might be the favorite."
Thank you for the warning.
You see a shiver, I imagine, down Frosty.
Frosty, buddy, are you okay? Do you need to ride in the back of the wagon?
You need a handkerchief?
Frosty. Yeah, he wants to ride in the wagon.
You can sit on the back of the wagon with everything on it. I do believe we should be fine.
Frosty, how much do you weigh by chance? Do you know?
He might not be fast for the other wagon.
Please don't
I
break...
do know, actually.
Don't break the wagon. I have
hey,
mending
how
for
much
this
can this
session,
wagon
but
take?
goddamn.
In the wagon take.
Let me confirm something. It's funny. I'm happy I actually pulled this up just in case.
I think the smallest size of huge will still break the goddamn wagon.
I 100% think you're correct for a wagon. Because it's 4. No, yeah. 4.
I am.
No,
To be fair,
400 pounds.
I'm a pretty
4,000.
big Hydra too, because I have more heads than really should be on me. So I'm probably around 4,500 pounds.
Wait, what are you looking at? Because I'm on the SRD.
I'm looking
which is
at
400
the Hydra
pounds.
sheet.
No, I know you're correct. I'm talking to Nar.
Oh.
Who said
Yeah.
Who said 2 tons? I see 400 pounds. What are you seeing?
For size huge?
4,000 pounds.
Oh, no, for the
Thousand.
wagon, I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm
No.
saying the wagon
Oh,
can't handle it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that was what the wagon could hold. Okay, my
No.
apologies. I
Nora looks
misunderstood.
at Frosty and shakes his head no, knowing it'll break the wagon.
Yeah, I will let you know, Frosty, as you look at the wagon. Yeah, for this and the Sandwolf who looks at you and looks to back at James with worry in its eyes.
I do have ranks in crafting, so I'll just understand that. And I mean,
We'll get you a place to sit and rest,
no.
buddy.
Okay.
As the sadness of Frosty not being able to ride in the wagon kind of hits, the Ultimus kind of backs away, letting you guys kind of continue on your journey as she walks with her guards to the next ship as it's landing. And you hear the same questions being asked for those as they disembark. It will take you guys about a little bit of a walk. Do you have anything that you need to do before you, or any spells you need to cast before you get to the city gates where there are guards, lines of merchants, cut purses, typically thieves, stuff like that? Just kind of gonna ask that now.
I want to ask, is Little Scarf already gone? Or is he still
No, he's still on your shoulder.
weird? Okay.
The Ultimus did not search them. Yep.
He went unnoticed. That's my entire thought process with this.
I mean, all of my pickable stuff is literally consisting of 2 bags that I carry, and I can just have my hand on it. So
I'm up 10 feet off the ground, and I'll just make sure all my stuff is kept very close at hand in my bag of holding, I guess. That I usually carry on me.
Okay.
And
Alright.
I'll ask either Frosty or Rollman to keep an eye on the wagon backside so we don't have someone sneak in and take off with merchandise.
Sure.
Oh,
Because I don't have any spells
mean-
that I can utilize for.
we can both chill here.
As Rolliman and Frosty kind of head to the back of the wagon and start kind of following him behind. Alright.
It gives them a good spot to also keep out for thieves on either side in front of me, so
Okay.
that dart in from the side. So I'm good with that.
As you lot head towards the city, the tree line cut pretty far back. The clear signs of what look to be arrows kind of depicted into some of the trees as you look about. From recent battles, you'd guesstimate as you look around. No bodies, no blood, but clear signs of cut trees, burnt trees, and so on and so forth. No, that does not mean you can burn down the forest, Nar, before you even ask. But as you lot continue on your way, you get close. When you get about within a mile of the city, you do see finally the tail end of the long line of what look to be people, mostly people on foot carrying bags. Some that are walking beside mules or oxen. Many looking to be worn down, ragged koboldkin and mostly looking to be kobolds themselves. A few elves seem to be amongst the mixed, but as you lot get closer, you do see some of the wagons, similar to your own, that have disembarked ahead of you, kind of passing by and just kind of driving ahead. So, James, my question is, are you going to wait in line, or are you going to pass by them?
I don't have an invitation, and I don't think wordplay is going to get me in. And if I go to the front and only get sent to the back of the line, it's going to take even longer.
it's also gonna be
So
humiliating. That happens.
It will be humiliating.
Yeah,
Alright.
it'll be less humiliating to wait in line and find out, oh, you should have skipped the line.
And we just look humble and respectable.
Okay. Alright, if that's the plan. Each of you give me a spot check as you wait in line for the next hour.
What time?
I will say...
Natural 1.
Nice.
Oh man, you're having a bad day.
Good news,
I'm having a
Frosty,
real
you're the
fucking bad day.
only one who notices the weather is getting colder and you see the dark clouds coming in. There definitely seems to be a snowstorm getting ready to roll in.
Oh my god.
24.
24? Okay.
He's omniscient.
Alright.
The snow. It's coming.
23 for Nar
Winter
and
is
Rollman.
coming.
9.
9.
Nice.
Rollman,
Oh, God,
similar as you
like
kind of watch about. I mean, the cold and the chill in the air. It's roughly about 40-ish degrees. In with the wind chill, it seems to be even colder. As you are not wearing cold weather clothing, as you were just in a desert city not 7 months ago and have been in the sky since, kind of enjoying the nicer weather above the clouds. This cold is now just suddenly starting to hit you as the first thing of wind bites through the cleared out trees and hits you unabashed, feeling that 20-degree chill.
If it gets colder, I'll put on my cold weather outfit.
I figured that's what you're going to start doing.
Yeah. If it gets colder, right now,
Okay.
it's not too terrible.
Kind of as you watch, you and Frosty look about, kind of watching for thieves. Nothing seems kind of catches your attention, though. A couple merchants passing by rudely that do seem, as you watch ahead, get turned around and sent back. Kind of seem to be marching back towards you lot. But Nar and James, as you two look about, you do start to notice the weather is starting to turn. Though what's strange is the clouds are moving in, seemingly from the south, a warmer or an even warmer area of the continent, traditionally. As you look about for a moment, you also notice there doesn't seem to be any thieves, cut purses, or even guards walking up and down this line. As you see people are shivering, kind of covering themselves up. You can hear the sounds coming from the city of celebrations, the sounds of cheering, music playing, even the what sounds like people throwing exploding or bits of magic into the sky as you get closer. But outside the city, it seems almost quiet, depressing, and seemingly almost awkwardly silent, as there's no birds chirping. It's just the wind blowing.
Can I do a knowledge arcana to no birds is always bad. No, we figured out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to roll either Wisdom or Arcana to see if there's a magic effect going on.
Yeah, I want to check for the storm. I want to know what's going on.
So that'd be spellcraft if you think it's a spell, arcana if you think it's just a magical effect, religion if you think it's a religious effect. Spellcraft will also count as divine, as far as this goes for Nor and
I'll go
James.
I'll go spell.
Oh shit!
I'll just go knowledge arcana.
All right.
8.
I have spellcraft for a reason.
As you take a second,
So do
James,
I.
you remember the House of Venkos is famous for their ice magic. And as you take a second
What an entrance.
and think, if this is a ploy for a terrorist attack right now, this is about to be a very dangerous spot to be in. This city is about to be leveled. As you kind of take a minute to summon up a storm this large, as you look about the massive forms of clouds coming in. Nar, spellcraft.
How many merchants have we passed?
You recognize you don't recognize the spell specifically. You do recognize this is an epic level magic. Someone's casting something massive right now with all the magic moving about in the sky. As you take a second, you do recognize this as the School of Cold specifically, and I believe Conjuration.
So, in terms of common sense, then, world news: only 2 people have made epic spells. One is the Anvil, and one is Terracitus.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think the Anvil is this brazen or has a reason. I just look at James, and I look, and to send the message, I'll glance at Little Scarf, and I'll glance back at James.
Time to turn around?
I don't know. And I'll just whisper in James' ear, epic level magic.
Yeah, that feels like, well, Venkos magic. My best approximation.
It looks like a storm to you, right?
Yeah.
Do you know the name of Terracitus' spell?
No?
It has storm in the name.
As Nar and James are kind of speaking about this at the front, Frosty and Rollman, because of your low spot checks, you do notice something that kind of catches your attention moving about suddenly. In the back of the wagon, you notice that there is a figure kind of wrapped up in what looks to be a spool of cloth that you don't remember putting in the back of the wagon. And as you see the face of a white, solid mask, you see the individual kind of put their finger up to the mouth of the mask as if in a shushing action, and he seems to smile and do a light giggle as above you watch as the storm seems to abate. The clouds dissipating.
No, child.
Is that my friend who disguised me?
No, that's the one who offered to shake your hand earlier.
Oh, word.
He
Yeah,
just
face.
dissipated an epic flip. I don't like this guy.
I don't know his
yeah,
name well.
I have to ask him to just stay here.
We don't.
You don't know.
He
You
said
don't know
shush.
this, James and Nar. As you're staring up at the sky, you just notice as it seems the magic seems to suddenly stop, and the clouds start to
Yeah.
break apart.
That's even more
I
concerning.
wouldn't say anything. I'll just look over at Roman.
I give a thumbs up to face.
He kind of
Just thinking he saved us from having being cold.
he pulls over the cloth, and you see the cloth like shrinks back down. And as you kind of roll and curiously tap it lightly with the end of your sheath sword, you notice the cloth is empty now.
This guy fucking rules.
When
From
did I
my
hire Loki the
perspective-
the god of mischief, Royce?
When you bought a slave. So anyway, I'm gonna walk over to Roland. He's the bodyguard. He should know these things. Of what I realize.
Yeah, as you kind of slow down and fall to the back of the cart, where you see Frosty
Well,
and
we're kind of in
Roman
line, so.
kind of like at the back of the cart, just he's that's true. That is true. Stepping to the back, you're right.
I'll get as close again to Roland and be like, someone just cast an epic level spell with us to make cold, and someone just dissipated it.
Really?
Yes.
You sure?
Right
Positive.
now? Right now?
Just happened.
Because Frosty kind of leans down as well to listen in.
That's crazy, dude. I didn't see anything.
Yes, I think we're going to die. As I just look back at the sky.
Are we leaving right now?
It's up to James.
I mean,
I still
James,
need to
are
pay
we
my
leaving
taxes.
right now?
As you hear
I
the
have to at
Frosty
least
shout.
pay my taxes.
That's fucking crazy.
I'd
You-
rather not
I-
have Ultima
I
beat my
imagine
ass.
you can't see James's hands, but he's like basically I imagine white knuckling the fucking whole.
Yeah,
the-
he's now
taxes.
thinking, sell this stuff off, pay my taxes, leave. Sell this stuff off, pay my taxes, leave.
He's got the
Like,
reins.
I
I
would
don't
like to
tightly
for
gripped.
real be paid for this, actually. I know the me being an employee was like a ruse to get me in.
Your payment was a
I
7-month
need
trip.
no, fuck you. I want money for this. I am not walking into
Look.
epic level spell territory for no fucking reason.
As Frosty looks up at the sky, I imagine like worriedly.
Did I not mention the butt stuff, James?
Sorry.
I feel like that's
I
code
am
for something, and I
getting-
don't quite
I
get
am
it.
getting paid for this.
calm down. We're in a line right now. There's children.
the family right behind is horrified, like covering the ears of the kids.
It's okay. They understand.
As Fro-
They have kids.
the parents look horrified.
I
Just
apologize for my associate here.
give me a diplomacy roll.
Nara's head is in his hands. He knew this wouldn't be a good day.
And we'll say, Nar, as you notice, the weight on your shoulder is gone. Little scarf is not there now.
7.
That's what I was thinking.
As you try to make tell this, Roman, you say this more exasperated by the situation than you mean to. And as they look at you, you see the father kind of looks at you and just goes, "How dare you, sir? These are my daughters. You speak like you're in a brothel house."
We're in a line to get into the city.
We're in public. Is
You
there
hear-
a law against saying butt stuff in public?
You hear the woman whisper something, and him speak back. "I know he's simple, but that doesn't excuse his actions."
What do I know about indecency laws? Indecency.
Without having to roll, you can't be put in jail for indecency.
Alright, that's good at least.
Unless you're exposing yourself, for example. I mean,
That's good at least. Alright.
Well, I'm not doing that, so.
However, they are. I mean, there's no law against them fully just attacking him. As long as like he's being like
But
disrespectful
wait,
to them. So
pause.
the guards
No
won't.
law. There's no law for randomly attacking
Not
somebody.
outside the city.
Not well. A, not outside the city, but B, also the guards aren't
Word.
going to enforce on something if it's two people conflicting over something someone said. It's two
So
in a sense it's
what
two
you're
consenting
saying
parties fighting each
is
other.
we're in a mutual combat state.
If you decide to attack, if they decide to attack you for your language, yes.
Word. I'll
We'll discuss
remember
your
that for
contract
later.
once
Maybe
we
not
get
with the family,
inside.
but
Hey, Frosty's looking at the
um,
children, I imagine.
yeah, I'm
I
not
get to
trying to
punt a
kill
child.
parents or kids.
Fucking
Look, look, I'll
Your
pay you.
Honor, I
Frosty.
drop kicked the child in self-defense.
God damn it.
Nar, you have a heck of a day.
I don't know you people.
Oh, okay.
No, just kind of like stiffens
I'm
up the
making it clear that I
straps,
said that,
stepping forward.
that last line out of character. That was not said in character.
Allegedly.
James just kind of whispering that in the background.
Anyways, we wait in this line a little longer.
Yep.
Word.
Alright. Yeah, as you continue waiting, you do finally get up to the front of the city where you see a high ranking individual. What you recognize is the captain of the entire city guard with his very bright blue sigil of the Diamond's Court kind of displaying across his chest. His armor mixed of iron and gold and looks to be both ornate and battle capable as you kind of get a look at it as you pull up. As you see him, his black scales and dark eyes kind of immediately catch your attention, James. You recognize this as the city guard captain of the Diamond's Death. Almost immediately, as he holds his now new ornate glaive that looks to be like a dragon coming out as its back is portrayed as the blade. He looks up at you immediately, almost with recognition, and goes, "James! You're
Hi, friend.
alive!
How are you? Yes. Yes.
Last time I saw you, you had that group of ogres coming through the city with Roman being carried in a carriage like he was some shah. And you lot were coming in a hurry after losing Alar.
Yes, sadly. We left shortly thereafter.
Yeah,
My side of the story wasn't willing to be heard out at the time.
the funeral for Alar was quite beautiful. You missed it. It was citywide. It was quite surprising you didn't show up. An invitation was sent.
Never received an invitation.
Some individual by the name of Aldrin said he represented your company and spoke for you and took the invitation.
Nice.
I assume you're here about the invitation to the city for your honoring and recognition and of all
Hadn't
you've
received
done.
that one either.
That was
I
also
came here-
given to Aldrin in Menace Grove, as I was told. In fact, one of my troops, he looks over at one of the other guards and like signals for him to come over. Who look very similar in appearance with his black cobalt skin, very simple features. His armor though looks to be almost made of fully of just normal iron, nothing flashy. Although being iron is expensive and hard to get, it seems to kind of catch your attention for that for a moment.
Oh yeah, I have very little iron.
The guard kind of walks over, and the captain looks at him and goes, "Tell him what you told me about the giving the Ironheart Merchant Company the invitation." The guard looks at him and goes, "Oh, yes. I told the guard captain that I had given it to a man by the name of Aldrin. He said his employer had allowed him to take in any requests." Signings, so on and so forth. He said his employer was some gentleman. His name started with a Z. I can't remember it. Zels? Yes, I think that was it.
I have to rework out his contract later, but that'll be beside the point.
The guard captain kind of looks at the guard, kind of dismisses him with a wave of his hand, and looks back at you and goes, "Figured I'd give you a heads up. Yeah, good luck in the city. Piece of advice: your friend there, as he looks over at Frosty, kind of looking behind, goes, isn't fooling me. Little Scarf did warn me, though, that it was a very unique disguise. You see him trying not to chuckle under his breath as he kind of tries to hold it in for a minute. He goes, just enjoy yourself and try not to get up into any trouble.
I'm just here to pay my taxes and possibly leave afterwards.
He nods and he goes, well, there was some fella, by the way, here. I thought you might want to know. And what was his name? As he you see him thinking for a second as he looks about, patting himself down for a moment. As he does so, he pulls out a little notebook of his own, opens it up, and he goes, there's a slave I'd seen for sale I wanted to let you know about. His name's Elfin Dreg Frostbuster. Kept shouting for somebody named James Dreg. And I remembered hearing your name similar to that, so I figured, you or another Frostdorf or Snowbeard that might know something, so...
I think the name rings a bell. I'll go take a look at him and see what I can do.
Nods and says, good luck. As he snaps his fingers and the large wooden doors open up, the two towers either side made of thick gemstones that seem to be reinforced within with blackened stones. As you can pass through the gates, they open up to almost a 50-foot thick space between you and the next gate for the inner gate into the city. As it opens up as well, guards kind of watching you. Many of them looking to be a mix of Rakshasa, beast folk, and koboldkin, mostly kobolds. As you look about their faces, but as you open up into the city, almost immediately you are smacked with the comfortable heat, each of you feeling your natural temperature kind of encircling around you for a moment, relaxing you, as you see the large marble paved streets, merchant stalls all about this, people walking about with children, families, merchants, all knights, adventures, all sorts going about the city, shouting as music can be heard from almost every tavern, looking down the massive streets filled with buildings, that some going all the way up to 5 floors. As you look about a large castle that seems to kind of center around the center of the city, spirals up a large hill, and as you look about, you can even see dragons seemingly flying about the castle up ahead. Go ahead.
I have to ask this just because there's dragons flying about. Do I see Greg in dragon form?
You're not going to see him in dragon form.
I didn't say. Do you really want to do that spot check?
I really hope I don't. But on a cursory glance,
you're doing it yourself. You weren't going to.
It wasn't planning to, but now give me a spot check. Yeah, who knows?
Do I see Greg as his...
You know what? All of you give me spot checks for that.
I'm specifically looking for not his Dragonheart form, but as when he walks around in public and,
That one! I don't see shit!
Give me a fortitude save, James.
You say search, right?
Spot.
Okay.
Nice. Alright.
12.
Alright, and Frosty?
That's a nat 20 for a 30.
Damn.
You still failed to save, James.
Nope, nat 20 is always a success for saves.
It is auto success.
Is it?
Yep.
I mean, those are your rules.
Mm-hmm. That too.
Where'd you read that, Grumpy?
Hey.
Yeah, okay, I see that. Yep.
Spot
yeah. Huh?
12.
12?
Spot 12.
Nice. Nicely done.
No, yeah, I'm kidding.
For your information, another natural 2.
You're doing great.
I'm going to switch what I'm rolling on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you gonna crack out your real dice and toss them in the background?
Sure am, because I'm getting... I think it only knows how to roll 2 right now.
James, as you focus your eyes everywhere, worried that you're going to see the impeccable form, the gorgeous, the beautiful form of Greg's Marathon, you look about the skies, darting your eyes all about, and as you do so, you don't manage to see anything, but as you continue focusing, a couple of dragons flowing about, looking every single detail, you begin to almost feel a migraine come on as you have to kind of close your eyes and take a second to breathe. As you realize you've been holding your breath for almost a few moments now, slightly turning blue as you do so. Nar and Rolaman. Nar, you do not see any dragons above that catch your attention that look to be like Greg's Maratom. Rolaman, as you look amongst the streets, you don't even see statues of Greg's Maratom's elven Amazonian woman figure. But as you do look about, a few shops here and there catch your eye, but nothing specifically that looks to be elvish. However, let me pull up something. Ba-ba-ba. You do see a merchant stall, because as you're looking for elvish figures, let me just find my list of names. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba, because I know I'm missing one.
Is
Oh,
it Gressa?
no, it is not Gressa. That would be even better. Suddenly, the DM is changing what he wrote. No. But no, you see. The reason I didn't catch it is I changed the word on it. You do see a smithy shop, a merchant shop that's been kind of set up, a stall with what looks to be a normal set of a wood desk with a bunch of items, swords, chunks of armor, glaives hung up on the above from the rafters of this little stand, a couple of helmets, some crowns set to the side, and then off to the side a small forge that you see a drow working away at. Her black soul patch of a beard kind of catching your attention as, well, A, drow don't have black hair, and B, they also don't have facial hair, as elves can't grow it. As you kind of catch this as an attention immediately, seeing this bit, she almost locks eyes with you for a moment and then goes back to her crafting as she hammers away at a glowing piece of metal. But as the rest of you look about, none of you catch the sight of Greg's Marathon, thankfully, in the skies.
I'm looking for black market members who are probably still not happy with me.
It's funny you mention that, because you do see, as you look about,
Oh no.
a rundown, or not a rundown shop here, a large guild that looks to be made with massive gemstone pillars. The sigil of what looks to be just a gray rock on a brown placard sits out front with the words "The Ancient Stones" written underneath it in Thieves' Cant, for those who can read Thieves' Cant. However, what catches your attention as you look over Nar is, as you can look by, you see Little Scarf looking about the windows of the building and kind of looking in, where you do notice a few figures, most of them looking to be... It's not obvious that they're criminals, but to say that you have seen raiders, and it's clear when you see scars, the 1,000-yard stare, the specific kind of whips and armaments and items that they wear, catches your attention that you see a few very obvious members of what you recognize as the Thayan slavers, which is a holy order that's been noted to have popped up. I'm just giving that to you because I know you can't roll low enough on a religion check for that one to miss that. So, as well as knowing that they are common slavers who typically hang with red mages, a specific kind of wizards who like to torture those that they catch and specialize in capturing people. But as Little Scarf kind of looks about the windows, he returns back to your side as you lot kind of find yourself off to the side, standing there, looking at or looking about the city and trying to figure out where you want to go.
You want to find somewhere to set up and sell off our goods?
That would be good. Then we should probably go sell, or go pay the taxes.
Is it wise to pay the taxes before selling goods? Or after? Or does it fucking matter?
Either way, the amount will go up.
Real question is, where do you wish to sell it? Because as you see, this is what this long road to either side of you goes on for a few miles and disappears almost with the amount of length it goes. There are merchant stalls set up all along this road. The multiple inlets, as you count, kind of going along it, there are 10 streets that go throughout the entire length of the city, basically, all the way across from north to south. From what you can gather, James, by looking about, actually, you know what? Give me a proficient merchant. You know what? You have this skill or mercantile.
Yeah.
Let's use it.
Yeah. To find the best spot to park our stall.
As you lot start walking about.
23.
23. As you look about, there's two thought processes that come to your mind. Either here at the main entrance, as you see, this is the only main gateway into the city from land. Many of the airships are coming in through here, and the royalty along this front road is are going to have to pass through here to get to the castle. There are two roads in the center that go all the way to the north and do pass directly by or go around the castle, or are the only roads that directly go lean up to the castle. However, you also know as the secondary option, as you kind of think about this, at the far northern end of the city is a large portion of the port portion of the city, which has become somewhat of what the city is famous for, being called Gem Cutter's Port, where most of the gem crafters and such go. So being that, as you think for a moment, most nobility is going to, once they enter the city, probably look for finer goods. It takes a minute to think that maybe the port is your better bet, as well as you'll get to see what's coming in and out of the city from trade.
We'll head up to the port and set up there.
Sounds good.
Nobility will head there, and their guards will peruse our wares, more likely.
And as you pass through the city, I will mention, Nar, I know you're looking for a place to sell your shield or buy a shield.
Buy a shield. Mine broke.
That's right. As you...
I'll take the scraps of it, though.
Well, yeah, he didn't bring it with him. He's here literally just shopping for one, is what he means.
Cameron, it was a wooden tatters because it broke.
Yeah.
Those tatters still might be useful for something.
My tatters will kill you.
I'm exploiting all the resources.
Oh God.
What's his pretty little hands and everything?
Right. As you. What? Every good merchant. What?
Like every good merchant, I want to get my fingers into every cookie.
I don't think good merchants are scraps off the floor.
That's also a true statement. Give me a minute to see. Oh, that's amazing. All right. Yeah, as you kind of head through, and I assume you're going to be kind of heading through one of the main two roads in the center of the city to see most of where people are traveling, what most of the nobility are looking at as they're going through. So as you do so, with that in mind, I will mention as you get closer and closer to the center of the city, you start to see the city's broken down buildings that were clearly more well hit from the siege equipment that was used. The clear signs of where a barracks once was that seems to have been completely crashed down, now rebuilt fully out of marble. And as you look at it, kind of passing by it, seeing it looks to be now more of a nobleman's district, with each of the little castle towers where the barracks stood now are turned into their own little castles and out for each of the families staying there. You do see a couple of lower end sigils of high merchant families that you do recognize kind of displayed amongst the 8 towers. The one of the ones specifically that catch your eye, James, with that profession mercantile, is the Crump family. But as you continue through, you do pass by a large an armor shop that James kind of points out with his kind of knack and understanding from mercantile. As you mentioned, Nar, that you're looking for a shield, James seems to kind of be eyeing up each of the stalls, looking at them, seeing the quality of the gears, and as you finally stop at this, what you realize is a 3-story tall, massively, with the bottom floor open, massive armor and weapons shop, shelves full of magical armors, weapons with thick gemstones, many of them being ordained with spells carved into them. The armor themselves coming on all sorts of types of metals, from blue, what you recognize of death ore, to all the way up to adamantine, even some that you see as mithril scale mail that seems to be set aside. The second floor, as you can go up, is open. You do see black smoke coming out of it as there aren't any windows on the second floor. That you can hear the sounds of the hammers going off up there. The sounds of people kind of giving orders as metal is moving about. As well as you look up to the third floor, it does look to be the most closed off heavy windows up at it. As well as you see a sign inside the bottom of the store that says the third floor is off limits to those who do not work at the shop. You do see the sign describes the shop as the Grounded Anvil. Inside, you also notice that the shop owner looks to be a koboldkin that you recognize as a battle dragon. He stands roughly about 10 feet in height and seems to be almost just as muscled. He seems to walk around as you see him with a hammer that is mixed with mithril and adamantine on his hip. As he sees you lot, almost immediately wiping the soot away from his hands. A couple of customers who seem to be going about the shop and looking at items as he seems to kind of smile at them as they pick up something and seems to kind of look at you lot and walks over. As he does so, he immediately looks at you, James, and goes, "Can I help you, good sir? Are you the Ironheart Merchant Company?"
Aye, we are.
"Oh, well, pleasure to meet you. Name's Hammerfist," as he kind of wipes off the last of the soot off his hand and puts his hand out to you, James.
James will shake it. Pleasure to meet you, Hammerfist. I'm James.
Yeah, a smith like myself, from what I hear in the rumors. He looks at Nar, Rollman, and Frosty and goes, "You lot are welcome in my shop if you'd like to take a look around. Feel free to shop. Everything that we have on sale is on display. Custom items are at request and do typically cost more depending on the extensiveness of the metals to be brought here. But otherwise, feel free to check them out."
Are there any gauntlets?
He does have shields, and he does have gauntlets. To start with the shields, he does offer rare shields, as you catch the attention of, that they're not just metal. You see these wooden shields that you recognize as with having darkened wood. These seem to be dark wood shields, a material that the trolls had discovered prior to their destruction. Being that this is from what you would know, looking at Nar from your experience, recognizing the wood as the trees that grow in your own home territory, though I don't think it would have been used at the time you had lived there.
Probably.
As they're shopping, I'll be looking to see if he has anything made of, like, tungsten, because I have some of that I'm willing to probably sell at this point, its value skyrocketed.
Okay. Nar, do you have any specific shield you're looking for out of curiosity?
Gotta be a buckler.
Gotta be a buckler. Okay. As you look about, you do find both a dark wood buckler and a what looks to be, as you notice, a shield that has a bit of glowing to it. It seems to be made out of normal wood, but as you look at it, it does seem to almost have a bit of a shine to it. As you pick it up, it does not have any sort of sign, no markings, no nothing. You can give me a spellcraft check to see if you can figure out what spell's on it.
Sure. Still only with +4. Shit.
As you kind of look at this, I mean, it's magical. You're sure of that. But as you pick up the shield, beyond that, you do see regular bucklers about, some made of bronze, some made of iron, a few made of adamantine, but this and the dark wood seem to be the only unique items that kind of catch your eye specifically.
You said Lil Scarf's back, right?
Oh, yes.
Alright, he actually has spellcraft.
Gonna have him look at it instead. Okay. Go ahead and roll for it.
Yep, 18.
As he looks down at it, he looks and kind of whispers in your ear and goes, "It's a bashing shield."
Oh.
Like it's got
I know
bull,
what that does.
it's got bull strength enchanted into it.
That would work. Yeah.
Okay. Let me send you something. So here, here I can post it in the general chat because it don't matter. Shield buckler. I will mention this is a +1, so it does count as masterwork. And then here is your enchantment for your own knowledge. And this would count as I think it's large buckler. So as you look at it, and you said for gauntlets, correct?
Yeah.
Alright, let me pull up. Yes, he does sell gauntlets. He offers basic gauntlets just made of bronze, iron, gold, silver, platinum, calorium. And that is all he has on offer right now.
I'll just take whatever's cheapest.
From what you can tell, roughly, I believe that would be bronze. And you are medium, correct?
I am medium, yes.
As you look at them, as you look about, you do find a couple of bronze gauntlets that look to be at least decent enough craftsmen and thick enough that they could hold your blade as you kind of test it out a few times. Kind of taking hold of the blade and smacking it lightly against the metal to see if it would like cut through, and no dents seem to happen. You look at the pricing; they are about 100 or about roughly about 400 gold pieces for two of them.
Yeah, I'll pay that.
Okay. All right, and you can add some bronze gauntlets to your inventory. James, you said what were you looking for? No,
I'm just looking around to see what the materials he's been using, because while I don't have materials on me to sell, I'm still willing to sell and then bring it in later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as you look about, you see he is using iron, tin, bronze, copper, solarium, mithril, adamantine, coal, even in some cases, though most of those items are designed just specifically to catch fire. Death ore, which I already mentioned, liquid diamond, and then lastly, he does have what you can see a small thing of like a shelf with glass in front of it that seems to be locked. A couple of items made of bananium. They are listed each at like 500,000 gold pieces a piece. As one looks to be
expected.
Yeah, one looks to be a dagger. One looks to be a small hammer. When I say small, I mean like literally the size small, and it's a hammer.
I think these are more for art
I
pieces.
have to ask if the dagger is banana shaped.
It is not. The last one you see is a bananium helmet that does have a banana as a crown piece to it.
Yes. Okay, the joke's been made. I don't have to do it now.
But as you look about his shop, he kind of goes to work with the other two customers for a moment. Two kobold-kin that you recognize as dragonkin, kind of talking to him for a moment, and he kind of steps away and walks back. Kind of comes back. Frosty, was there anything you were looking for while you're in the shop, or are you just kind of watching?
Yeah, for a second I'm just kind of watching, and then as they're browsing and buying items, I want to go over to the shopkeep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be like, so me and 12 of my brothers are all trying this carnivore diet. And I was wondering if you had any, I don't know, like serrated teeth caps to chew through meat better.
He just looks at you, and it looks up at you rather, and just kind of like trying to kind of think first. Like you see almost confusion on his face for a moment as he's like trying to contemplate to see if he can make something like that or if he has seen anything like that. And after a few moments of puzzling, he kind of looks at you and up at you again, and shakes his head no.
No. Okay. Well. Okay.
He looks at you, nods, and goes, serrated teeth aren't a common thing. People are looking for
Well,
more caps.
what about a custom order?
If you could draw it up, and
Said you
I
do
mean,
custom orders.
yeah, I'll do. Hammerfist nods and goes, I'll do a custom order, but I'd need like some sort of drawing or something to understand exactly what you're looking for. Are you wanting fake sharp teeth or?
No. Like if I put molten metal on my teeth and then had you carve them into serrated shapes, would that be good?
Kind of like light look of horror on his face at that, and goes, "Sir, you'll be dead."
I don't think so. If I survived, would you do it?
Not in good conscience, sir. I can't watch someone pour hot metal into their mouth.
Okay, but if I did it away from your shop and then came in with just a bunch of solidified metal on my teeth, would you sharpen and serrate them and also enchant them?
James, does James overhear this conversation?
Well, Frosty isn't exactly talking quietly, I imagine.
I'm not talking quietly.
Frosty, I don't think there's any smith anywhere that'd be willing to do that.
Well, that's
Yeah.
really really mean.
You see him,
You and I can
Hammerfist,
draw up
kind
some
of
plans for something.
looks at between the two of you and then looks back up to you, Frosty, and goes, I've just must ask. You do know your own species doesn't do well with fire. It's why most of them commonly don't take up a smithing trade.
No,
in
it's
the...
okay. I like fire.
When the guy looks to me, I'm just going to look at him with exasperation. New hire.
People are nuts these days. People are nuts. As he kind of turns,
It's just liquid. It's like water.
he just kind of stops.
James looks at you with rage.
As he turns back and
Me?
goes, what?
Yes!
Why?
Yeah, why?
That is the most insulting thing to say.
But what?
That molten metal is like water? How is that insulting?
It's not like water, it's much more dangerous.
So Frost,
Okay, but how is it insulting,
like
Cameron?
you looking for vampire serrated teeth? You want special magic abilities? What do you?
Just all of my teeth, serrated magical metal.
You know, I knew a guy that once like dipped his feet in molten metal.
Ooh,
Uh,
see? I'm not stupid.
die.
Nope, he lived.
Yeah, did he die? See, thank you.
You see Hammerfist's expression becomes more horrified at the idea that as he realizes you lot are completely psychotic.
I'm
James
not
is
here
sitting
you.
in the cart, sitting in the cart, just rubbing his head at this point a little bit.
You know, I can tell you about him, Frosty, if you want to talk in the cart, or well, next to the cart.
Okay. I'll
And
go
I'm
out
so
of the
sorry,
shop.
Hammer.
Start moving.
I'm so sorry, Hammerfist.
Did I
And
give
I
you
tell
a
the
price
tale.
for the shield, Nar, by the way?
Not yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
It's
as Nar
free.
stands there holding the shield, waiting to buy it after listening in on this
These
conversation.
fuckers are talking on like crazy. I'm looking at the shield like, do I butt
I
in?
like
or
the shield.
There's no price tag on it.
Give me
Therefore
a
it's free.
moment. That will be about 12,000 gold pieces for the shield.
I pay for it in platinum.
Okay. Yes, you hand it over after you as Frosty kind of follows Rollman out of the store, and you kind of step up next in line as a good law-abiding citizen, and like set the shield down. The horrified look on this guy's face as he just kind of hands you a little price, like a note with the price on it, and waits you and then takes the gold or the platinum from you.
Trust me, I know they're all crazy. As I leave
Hey,
after.
that's messed up.
The last
James
thing
will
as you're
walk
walking
in.
out, you hear as you leave Nar is, that's not crazy, that's psychotic.
I
James
know.
will walk in and leave Hammerfist with a note of what materials I have on hand that I can sell off. If you need anything of these materials, I'm happy to sell them. 100 pounds of iron is available from me. It's raw.
Okay.
40 pounds of silver and 180 pounds of tungsten.
I kind of look at you as he leads over the list and look at you. How much are you selling the metals for? All of it.
What would the market price of each of them per pound be? Because I can calculate that up then. Because I know the current trade items document isn't.
It's modern.
Give me a profession mercantile room. And I will tell you.
Would I gain my +2 on this due to the fact that it's for making money?
Sure.
Money. Nice roll, man.
Damn it, 10.
Ooh. You said iron. Silver and tungsten.
Tungsten.
That's one of the few people who managed to get the material. Yep. Alright. So for the iron, as you kind of take a minute with a 10, looking about the price tag, looking at his items for a minute, you'd roughly guesstimate you could probably sell at a profit right now 15 platinum coins per pound of iron. However, as you look about, as you guesstimate, because he's selling his gear at what you guesstimate to be 20 platinum pieces per pound of iron that's used in his items he's making. For silver, as you kind of take a minute, about for the same amount for about a pound, looking about his items, you'd guesstimate about 4 silver pieces per pound is what he'll offer, or what he's selling at most. So you probably get somewhere around like 3, maybe 4 if you manage to roll well enough. You don't see any tungsten here. From what you know, and have not seen any on the streets walking into the city, even amongst many of the metalsmith and metal merchants. As you kind of think about it, not having seen any yet in the city for sale and no items with a similar material, you have a monopoly here on a metal that's not found commonly in the lands. As you look about, you'd probably guess maybe a gold piece per pound, maybe 2 if you manage to do it well.
For the per pound for iron, I'll say 16 platinum pieces. For the silver, I'll happily take 3 silvers per pound and 2 gold per pound of tungsten.
Give me a diplomacy roll.
I bought it so cheap, Justin, that even at this, I'm selling it at a high.
I'm just giving you available information.
Thank you.
Nora, as your lawyer, just kind of whispers down into your ear in the background.
And remember, tungsten trade's been cut off because when the Cobalt lanes got taken over for a little while.
Yeah. I will also immediately be popping friendly face for this diplomacy. So this is going to be +15.
In the background, Rolliman is telling Frosty all about the time he stuck his feet into Red Coralorium, and it made him faster.
Yes, it did.
34 diplomacy.
Finally. He looks at you for a second, kind of thinks for a minute, and he goes, "Alright, that sounds fine. If you'll have it delivered to me by the end of the night, when it's all brought here, I'll pay you for the full amount."
Sounds fair.
He kind of spits in his hand, holds it out to you.
I'll shake his hand, happily.
As you do, you see a small contract appear between the two of you, basically dictating the exact price that you sold at, as stated, and that you'll deliver by the end of the night to him to keep that price.
Yep. So it's 100 pounds of iron raw.
And I said, and the reason I specified tonight, at this point, for your own reference, for time-wise, it's about 8 in the morning, so most of the city is still waking up, for your own reference. Kind of keeping that in mind.
And that was 40 pounds of silver, if I remember correctly, or did I say 80?
You had your math.
40. Yeah. I'm looking at it, I said 40. Silver and 180 of tungsten. That's why I got confused because it was 180 of tungsten.
No worries. Take
How
your
much did
time.
you get or will get?
As
Well,
James
I'm
comes
about to
back
make-
out and starts doing the calculations from the piece of paper as he writes it down. Go ahead, James.
Well, I'm getting at least times 10 of that. A good amount. I sold it
Okay.
well.
That was good. All right, off we go to our finding our spot.
Yep. As you kind of rattle back up, Rollman continuing the story about, or continuing the full story of the fire or the Redfoot that he had managed to get. Not managing to lose his feet in the process, or watching them
I still have my feet.
become necrotic. Uh,
They're
but
still good.
yes, so as you guys continue on, one sec, I want to confirm. No, never mind. All right, cool. All right. As you lot continue through these streets, you do see a few more merchant shops pop up here and there. As you notice, more of the merchants kind of beginning to get their shop set up, beginning to chat. Thank you for the rating it at 7 out of 10. The only thing that kind of catches your attention as you get to the opposite side of the castle, kind of seeing it in full, the beauty of it, as it kind of almost gleams in the sunlight in the background, you notice that a secondary tower seems to have been built up almost out of solid gold behind the city of or behind the castle. As you see, James, the large sigil of the House of Zarius almost displayed up it, and the words Merchant Guild almost flagged everywhere as you pass by on your way to the port.
Well, he's doing well for himself. He's doing better than me. I'm glad I'm glad we're on even terms at this point.
Yes.
Even term. Yeah, there you go.
We're not fighting, so
That's true. As you continue your way to the port, coming finally to the edge where you see the many merchant ships coming in, Vikinger ships coming into a splash into the water as they land, storm giants, frost giants, cloud giants, all kind of disembarking, going about their business, snowbeards coming from their own ships as they disembark. You see little taverns have kind of popped up all along the edges of the port itself, and although the place looks slightly not in the greatest of shape, barrels everywhere, ropes, sailors cursing and such. James, with the expectation as a merchant that nobles wouldn't really come down into this area, as you look about, you see people in fine silks, dressed with ornate armors, and almost, as you'd guesstimate, some of these people are wearing wealth that you'd equate to a nation's entire vault in some cases, as they go about as you recognize a few of the more capable merchants amongst the ranks, and that are selling their goods with these nobles having picked their spots. There's only 6 other shops that have set up, and all of them seem to be either exotic goods, like animals and meats, or seem to specialize in magical item crafting, as they are putting out jewelry and other such items that look to. Some look to be handcrafted, though as you kind of look amongst them, it's not hard to tell. Some of them may be a little bit more hot than they should be. For those who don't know what that means, stolen is what hot means, so kind of keep that in mind.
I get strong as I look around.
But as you find a spot where you
ruin the
see...
competition. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, as you find a spot that is opened up between 2 large taverns that are almost 4 stories tall and have fine, beautiful tables with silken cloths put on them, you can see nobles and James. The smell of fat, wealthy merchants catches your attention almost immediately as you go to find a little spot between the 2 places and set yourself up, smelling the alcohol and knowing well that these merchants are going to be coming out here well drunk and happy.
Yeah, which means I might be able to upsell them and get more than 30,000 for these arms and armor.
Yep.
It was just
They're
$3,000 worth
guards.
of. You could definitely sell it for more.
As you kind of take your wagon down, turn it over, and begin to set it up as a full table, kind of getting everything set up. Yeah, go ahead and give me a profession, a mercantile roll while you slot
Exotic Thri-Kreen weapons.
I would like to assist by flaunting the weapons and doing some moves with them
Give me a
in a
profession mercenary.
dance. Can I do substance for
We could make it.
performance? Dance?
We can make it a fancy show-off spar.
I'll take
Yeah.
perform dance. Yeah, sure. I'll take. Yeah,
You
I'll
wanna
take.
you wanna spar, Nar?
Should I add the +2 from my gauntlet since this is also included in money making?
Yes.
God damn it! Profession Mercantile is letting me down today, guys. But
I'm not good at this.
9. Damn it! Fuck.
11, 9. All right.
Nervous.
Frosty, are you going to help out in this as you watch James kind of setting up his little stall and trying to sell to drunken people walking out of the two restaurants on either side of you? Oh, I think Frosty's on mute on his end.
Sorry, what's up?
Oh, I said, Frosty, are you going to assist the James and the party in trying to sell their merchant goods, or are you just going to kind of watch as they get themselves set up?
Shit, I mean,
Or something.
hey James. I mean, James.
yes.
This is Frosty's voice. What do you want me to do?
You can try to attract customers, or
Stand there and look tough.
stand there, look tough, or work with Rollman and put on a little bit of a show to show off the quality of the weapons and armor.
Willerman, do you wanna do a play fight?
As you see him, Rollman and Nar get like pulling out weapons from the bunch that are being setting out and getting ready to spar themselves.
I feel with your guys, isn't your hands like fake? Would it be like pretty hard for you to
Yeah,
hold swords?
it'll be really hard.
Yeah. I think you just stand there and look tough.
Okay.
You also have a very commanding voice. You could shout for me and do a bit of a crier scheme. Exotic
Hey!
dry cream weapon for sale.
You come get weapon.
Get Frosty. Give me a diplomacy or an intimidate, depending on how you want this.
For sure, intimidate.
Okay.
You get weapon.
You need weapon in these parts.
And
You need weapon.
oh god.
Not incredible. 18.
Hey, it's not a 2.
Hey, sure ain't.
Yeah. As you between.
Oh my god.
As you kind of point over to one of the merchants, as they come walking out, a fat dragonkin whose wings look to have been kind of shrunk down on their kind of large body, walking out full of their mercantile outfit, barely managing to hold together. The buttons you can see are the true champions of the world at this point with how they're holding. Kind of sees and looks over at you as you shout this and looks about Rollman and Nar beginning to spar with some of the weapons. And takes a minute, kind of startled, looks at you and looks over at James with his warm smile and trying to put on a warm smile and goes, "Oh, okay." And he kind of walks over, or kind of more waddles over towards you, looking at Rollman and Nar. He is already sweating from only walking about 5 feet.
And I use a spell to make the fight look more impressive.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
Divine Sacrifice. So my weapon will glow with like divine energy as I dance
As it
battle.
clashes and such? Okay.
Yep.
I was also gonna pop prestidigitation to make Rollman's
Sparks,
blade
make sparks.
fucking sparkle.
Okay.
Make sparks.
Yeah, as the sparks and the weapons clashing begins to make them light up, kind of causing all around you to begin to catch attention. The heavyset merchant kind of looks at you, James, and he goes, I'm a hero myself, so I really could go for a weapon that only somewhat of my capability could carry. So as he kind of looks a little, the sweat you can kind of tell almost immediately is somewhat from the movement, but also somewhat from looking over at Frosty.
Of course, sir. Of course, we have many arms and armor available right now.
Yeah.
I will be popping a personal friendly face as well. So I have 30 minutes of high diplomacy. Thank you.
He picks up one of the hammer, or one of the hammers that was crafted, and looks at it and goes, "And who is this? Is this the Ironheart Merchant Company or something?"
Aye, that we are.
kind of looks over at Nar, seeing the clashing as it glows again. Some of the people, some of the sailors and nobles kind of coming over and kind of beginning to clap as the weapons clash and make this light show go off. Little bits of electricity shooting off as you see Little Scarf kind of smiles over at Roloman as each time his blade seems to smack into Nar's now. Lightning shatters out and thunder roars kind of away from it, causing the crowd to get more excited.
I'll artfully switch out a longsword I was using for a battle axe, double-sided.
Okay, as you two continue, give me another perform check, Nar and Roman, as you do. He looks at the hammer and he looks at James and goes, "Alright, how much for this one?"
Oh, there we go.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
hell yeah.
With all the boosts the performance CAD goes, he looks over and is like bedazzled as you see his eyes sparkle at this, looking over it. And kind of looks back over at you, James, and goes, "Do you think I could do that to the big frost giant guy?" As he looks over at Frosty and kind of says that quietly.
It depends. That's a light hammer because he's holding it with one hand, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I'm just making sure. It's masterwork, which means it'd be +1. So base price will be alright.
Account for exotic threat.
One of my arms where a head is goes just like around James's shoulder and whispers into his ear, "You can let them hit me."
I mean,
Sounds like he wants to test it on me.
you're welcome to try it on him.
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Alright." Kind of looks over at Frosty and goes, "Your employer says I can hit you with this hammer. Now, if I kill you, I want you no hard feelings."
Time for the acting. How well can he?
No hard feelings.
He nods and he goes, "Now,
Either I get shown to have a really tough bodyguard, or I have a really good weapon.
Really good weapon.
I'm a hero in my
Please go
homeland."
easy on me.
He is going to first roll for his perform to try and play up the crowd.
Oh, this work just got it.
Oh, he's a good performance.
He goes, as he says this and kind of gives a roar to it, the crowd kind of seems to, you hear them ooh at that, and he goes, "And you are a monster," and you see them all awe at that. They're bedazzled by the fight as Rollman and Nar kind of take a minute getting some water off to the side as they brush off some sweat watching this. He is going to raise his hand and roll to hit. Does a minus 13 hit, Frosty?
You rolled a natural 2 as well.
I lean into it, and it does.
Give me a perform to take the check.
That's exactly what I expected. The horrible thing.
How
How
about
did you get that low?
he is
very
he's
drunk.
very overweight and does not
He's
have a
so
drink
fat.
modifier.
He's drunk as well.
I was gonna say he's inebriated, which is not gonna bring him any bonuses.
Perform that.
Add in the frightened thing that he's only getting to attack because of the fact that Frosty's not contesting. So
It's a 21.
Frosty, now what are you doing out of curiosity?
I like as he hits me,
Mm-hmm.
or as I like step in to let him hit me.
Yeah, well, like what's the plan here? What are you trying to do here?
What's the whole act?
Wait, sorry, what's he hitting me with? He's hitting me
a
with
light
a
hammer. A light hammer. Mm-hmm.
As he goes to hit me, as I'm moving into it, I make it look like I'm trying to sidestep the attack.
Mm-hmm.
And he hits one of my fake arms.
Uh-huh.
And I withdraw my head up into the sleeve
my
as
God.
far as possible and let the fake arm fall off and go, "Oh my God! No!" And I fall unconscious.
That just added a 0 to the price.
As you drop to the ground, he looks at you, and and the amazed look on his own face. I'm gonna roll to see if he can catch the.
If he can't, I have
His
two
sense
prices in
motive.
mind now for this, and I'm sorry.
He is in awe and like looking at his own hand, and like as he looks back at the crowd who seems to awe at, he kind of like flexes, and the flap kind of sags a little bit more as his arms got to
No,
the
guys,
side.
do I go for the major
Yes,
overcharge?
yes, you do.
He walks over to James. He walks back over to James, breathing heavy, and goes, "All right, I'll pay whatever you want.
10,000 gold seem fair to you?
I make it 20 on no chump." And he kind of hands you the gold pieces as he looks at the hammer. And I step away with it, and he like waves it up to the crowd as they like cheer him on as he walks away. Oh.
Yeah. Do you want me to just roll a diplomacy check for the next pro we sell everything else, or just set the price?
Well, it depends. Are you going to leave Frosty on the ground passed out there? Or
I will go over and
fake healing him?
make it look like prestidigitation, make it look like I heal him with holy
I
magic.
Grabs
as
the
I'm,
arm
like,
and kind of
on the
shoves
ground,
it back in.
I use one of my stances to make myself glow a little bit, and like very as sneakily as I can, like with one of my heads, pull my arm back into the sleeve.
As
I'll
you
use prestidigitation to make a light, like a big flash, so it looks like I've healed him with it too.
kind of shoving
Incredible.
the arm back on, the hand back in, and as the light kind of dims, the hand back out, and as you wake and Frosty kind of standing back up, Nar and Rolliman begin clashing again with beauty and grace as they kind of start sparring. Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check and a profession merchant for the rest of your sales.
Alright, this is the one that actually matters.
Yes.
This is a plus 15 to the friendly face.
Yep.
21, not bad, luckily.
Roughly as the day goes on, it takes you another about...
Profession merchant you asked for as well, so I'll get that done next. This is 7.
Let's see what you got. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, 20.
As the day goes on, it takes about 3 more hours of this continuing. Gathering the crowd, you watch as a lot of the other shops kind of get tired and annoyed at the crowd you're gathering. Packing up and kind of moving further into the city to try and gather a crowd somewhere else. You're left alone as you dominate. You turn around 200,000 gold pieces in profit. As the rest of the day, rest of the time goes on, convincing that everyone that your weapons are heroic items of legend, giving even merchants the capability to defend themselves on the streets. Seems to be the whispered rumors amongst the group after that massive performance at the very beginning.
There is a small sign somewhere that states these are masterwork weapons made exotically by Thrycreen.
I gotta ask, does someone pay more for the ones that Minkrop are actually using during the clashes?
You make more profit because assumedly you'd be going one by one after that testing
yeah.
about to showing them off. Yep.
Yep.
Even with him getting slightly damaged during the fight, chipping minutely, people still seem to buy them at full price and even paying in profit without concern, almost naming the price towards James rather than making him a bargain. As the time goes on, it becomes almost a kind of a sense of honor amongst some of the people buying to almost provide a higher price. But as you finally wrap up, at this point, it's around 11-ish. You're starting to hear more of the lunch rush. Ships are coming in now, mostly that are working men coming in from the morning fishing. As sailors are dropping off, and as you kind of watch the mini merchants seem to kind of split off, and nobles start to head further into town. James, as you kind of start closing up your wagon and getting it put back together.
Yeah, we sold off everything, so we have one more order to fill before we leave, and we can do that probably pretty quickly and go pay the taxes.
Yeah.
So, shall we go collect the goods?
No, I'll just nod.
You mean pay the taxes?
Well, we're gonna
Or
go
you wanna-
collect the last
you
bit of
wanna-
metal first
I see.
I have a contract to sell, then go pay the taxes.
Alright.
Okay. As you now spend the rest of the day kind of heading back in through the city and back out. Roland, out of curiosity, would you have brought your gemstones, or were you going to leave those with the ship?
On the ship.
Okay, making sure. So keeping those in a chest in your room then, okay. Alright, Cool. Yeah, no, as you lot continue through the city streets, people seem to be quite happy. The joyousness and the sounds of excitement, laughter, bands are playing. Finally, as you're about halfway or getting up to the castle, seeing it overhead once again, the gleaming as the light hits it, the sun now coming overhead. The city still quite cool as you still feel that almost 30 to 40-ish degrees kind of hitting you. No wind though, thankfully, as coming seems to kind of come through the city almost as it seems to kind of keep a nice warmth to it. As you walk through, though, you do notice walking amongst the streets, two figures catch your attention. Well, rather, one figure and who they're walking with. You see a Goliath gray figure kind of walking next to you as the Goliath wearing nothing but simple leather trousers and what looks to be a bandolier across his chest. Some what look to be knuckle dusters kind of stationed on a belt around his waist, but nothing else as he seems to turn and be talking to. Who you immediately recognize as Jakix Morin, as he's just walking plainly in his normal, traditional red garb, his long red hair, or his red hair flowing, his eyes kind of bouncing about as he walks around with his small staff in hand.
Not my problem.
He kind of side eyes you for a second, James, and you see as he kind of like taps his staff in his hand, but looks over at his company and just continues to walk, leaving you be.
I just give him a polite nod. If we pass him, and just go.
Don't say anything.
Not saying anything. Polite nod as we just continue on our way.
As you do, he
like a greeting.
He looks you all up and down one by one, kind of eyeing you. His eyes glancing at Frosty for a moment and stopping, and then he seems to pause. Take a second look back at Frosty, and then just shake his head and continue walking with his compadre as the two continue on their way towards what looks to be the port.
Do we recognize anyone that he was walking with?
Remind me, when you were at Diamond's death, I don't believe you all ever went into the Mini Thinks Adventuring Guild. You only went into the Garden's Grace with Essa, correct?
Mm-hmm,
Correct.
so.
Then no, you do not recognize the person walking with him.
Okie dokie.
As you lot kind of see them pass by, you continue on your way. Pushing through the streets, an envoy finally comes pushing past. A sigil of the House of Ika, or Ika, kind of brazed across his chest. A light scale mail going down his body. A small secondary head kind of poking out of his neck, and his white scales kind of catching your eye as he flags you down, James, as you lot get close to the kind of gate of the city. At this point now, it's roughly about 1-ish in the afternoon.
Aye?
He looks up at
James
you.
will stop the cart.
Yes. Oh, thank God, the Ironheart Merchant Company. I was supposed to confirm. I was never given confirmation. What time will you be attending the feast that starts tonight at 6 in the evening? When the sun sets, as he continues to kind of like breathe, sigh, leaned
how long
over.
will it take you back to the ship and get back to Hammer Fists?
Roughly an hour to get to the an hour and a half to get to the ship, easy. If you guys if you're going with a purpose and not just nonchalantly going without a care. And then roughly to get back to him, about another hour, half hour, depending again how busy the streets are.
Hour and a half. So. Yeah. 3-hour round trip roughly, and it's about 1, you said?
Yep.
We can show up on time at 6 or early at 5, whichever is most convenient for the Dragon Lord Jaffica.
He nods, the second little head nodding along, and he goes, "And you will be sat next to the carded fiends. As to note, you are to speak, or you are not to speak or have any speeches. So you are just to, when you are called upon, smile, wave, and bow, and then accept whatever is given to you, and then sit back down as they continue on with whatever the the rest of the night we'll continue with.
That sounds perfectly agreeable.
He nods and goes, I have an itinerary I was told to give you, as he kind of hands you up a note with a wax seal of House Shavika, or House Ika on it, and goes, please see that you're well dressed. All courtly matters will be handled at that point. Greg's Marathon has said he is welcoming each of the 3 merchant guilds to make a request upon him. You'll be seeing him in his in his personal quarters or the throne room, depending on. Do not worry. As he catches his breath and takes a deep inhale and goes, the Golden Heart Merchant Company has already requested that a coverage be put between the members of the guilds and the king himself. So you will not have to concern yourselves with being put at ill ease. As he kind of says that in almost a strange phrasing, almost as if trying not to implement himself in anything.
Yes, his wondrous form is too strong for our eyes, I understand.
He nods, and the envoy kind of looks at you expectingly, kind of waiting.
I will pull out 5 gold pieces and hand it off to him and go, thank you for the information.
It takes it, pockets it, and goes, no, thank you, Ironheart Merchant Company, for your great deeds to our country, as he turns and starts walking away.
I feel like I've insulted him. Did I do the wrong thing?
Give me a sense motive. Or are you asking that to Nar as you turn to Nar, looking at him for legal advice?
I'll give a sense motive, but that'll be towards Nar.
Do you want me to also sense mode?
I will take sense motive from Nar, or he can roll his profession lawyer. Or
21
lawman.
for my sense motive.
No, it's what I'm here for. I'll do professional lawyer.
Okay.
The lawyer must lawyer.
The lawyer must lawyer. Plus 12.
Is that on the small end?
Lawyer's lawyer.
Nar, as you take a second seeing this and hearing this, it's pretty common to bribe and Paul always tip amongst dragonkin and dragon clans regardless. That's just common courtesy, as they are all greedy. If you want anything done well and fast, you pay. If you are cool with never receiving a letter again, you just accept what they give you the first time and let them leave. So he did everything right from your understanding of how typical culture and law works amongst the lot. It's almost it's not a law, but it's almost an expected kind of courtesy if you want anything done in a dragon's territory.
So
I'm just gonna shoot James a thumbs up.
James, as you kind of, with the thumbs up and the sense motive, he didn't seem insulted in the slightest. It looked more like you weren't sure, but it seemed almost a surprise, a honestly cautious surprise that you paid. As you kind of take a minute and kind of seeing Nar give a thumbs up, it kind of think maybe the other merchant companies that got this didn't tip, and you were the first one.
That makes me wish I would have paid him a little more.
I think 5 gold was a good number.
Well, I always tip the guard captain whenever he holds on to message for us. That reminds me, Little Scarf, if he's here.
He is on Nar's shoulders.
There's a Frostbuster slave. Do you think in the city? Do you think you'd be able to locate him?
He nods up and down as he starts to and then starts to climb down Nar's back. Kind of looks at you for a second and then smiles and goes, give me a day.
No problem.
And he turns and starts walking into the alleys and disappears from sight.
Thank
As you say thank you to, as you look back like Batman, he's gone.
Wind.
I look to Nar. He is very sneaky.
Yes. It's his job.
Please don't start a slave rebellion during the festivities.
Now I would never. I just start walking.
That's a crime. I wouldn't do that.
Nar thinking in his head, God, it's really amazing that Little Scarf's got the best law that he gets to enforce, the primal codes of law and honor. The much easier, more flexible options of law.
It is nice. The flexibility is nice, not gonna lie.
Nar, who has to stick to the laws of the land of this age, it's a lot more difficult at this point in time.
Well, we'll head back with purpose then to pick up the order
Okay.
and load it onto the cart.
Give me a handle animal.
I'm guessing I'm gonna be handing the stick again.
I never took it away.
Yeah, you still
Oh.
have it. Yeah.
You have stick.
Said stick is always with you.
22.
All right, as the party jogs alongside you, all normal except for Frosty, who looks to kind of awkwardly, like I imagine, side gate, and a lot of his body does not look like it's comfortable running on the back legs.
I mean, my speed is 20.
Oh.
I'm a slow motherfucker.
He keeps up at the back, but as you guys get all the way up there, by the time you're up at the top, I imagine Frosty's just gonna stand at the bottom of the tower and not even bother following up, as they have to come down anyways from the airship.
Yep, gonna chill.
Like the true kind of like the one friend in the back who doesn't do cardio of all his weight training friends just sit at the back while they go do the final bit of it and then wait for them to catch up with him again and go running. Takes a quick 10-minute break, you know. But as you lot go about clearing up the items, getting everything up and together, heading back down below with and catching up to Frosty, you lot manage to continue with purpose, managing to bypass most of the line. Guard captain kind of ushering you through without issue. You lot managed to get back into the city just in time to hitting that 3-hour mark as you reach the Hammer Fist shop of Grounded Anvil. As you kind of enter in, you do see a lot of the shops are starting to close up. The taverns are starting to get louder. People are starting to drink out in the streets. Merchants seem to be glancing and having kind of glancing about and trying to make a quick couple of bucks on the streets here and there. But the established businesses seem to be closing up as best they can, even at this early in the day. As the singing and dancing begins to pick up, though, you see his Hammerfist kind of starting to close up the bottom level, and as he sees you coming up the street, kind of waves over to you, waiting for a minute, and as he calls a couple koboldkin to follow down, he immediately will begin having them unload the metal. As he looks at you, he'll go, "All right, and what did the final price come out to be?"
16,372 gold.
He nods and he goes, here's 18,000 for good business. As he hands you the gold pieces.
Well, thank you, sir.
He takes them as they unload the metal. Hammerfist kind of looks at you and goes, thank you. It's always good to have connections to the top members of the merchant guilds. I mean, look at what Zarius managed to pull off with just being in second place. Guy's own merchant guild here. Never hurts to have good friends in high places.
I saw that. I'm quite proud of him. It's nice to see nice to see another dwarf doing so well.
Yeah, tell me about it. Ranby is full of a family member, though. I tell you, he's got some snowbeard in there running everything, from what I can tell. But
Oh, did you happen to catch his name?
yeah, Ugh, I don't know, something weird. Snowbeard's got strange names.
Yeah, like James.
He looks
That's
over.
a nickname, and you know that, Rollman.
I'd struggle.
He nods and goes, yeah, it's a whole strange thing. But I gotta ask, you lot gonna be doing anything amongst the Rod Fighting Guild?
I'm unsure. We do have to head up to the banquet that's being held at the castle.
Oh, I just figured, you lot would want to meet with old Strongrod. He runs the adventuring guild in town. As far as my understanding goes, you lot are adventurers more than you are anything else.
We're adventuring merchants. We truly try to find coin wherever we can.
Sounds like a horrible life to be. But, he kind of looks at you and sighs at that and goes, can't imagine
Well, my hair is
traveling.
already white, so I can't imagine it getting any whiter.
Without a check, you see a chuckle come from the guy for a moment, and he nods at that and goes, you traveling merchants got it the worst. Best to settle down, marry, find yourself a nice little foxy gal in a tank home with you every night.
James is very glad that he's doing this. He's finishing this business up with his helmet on because he just looks disappointed. James looks disappointed in himself. He can't ever find a good girl.
Or maybe you will in one town we go into.
Kind of looks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you don't seduce them first, Rollman.
Everest kind of looks at you and goes, "I will warn you though." As he looks over at Rollerman, he goes, "Strongrod's got a thing for elves."
Oh,
Oh, I don't think we intended on
Well,
going there.
we have to stay for at least a day, so we'll
That's
see.
true. Maybe we can check into it.
maybe we can not, for Rollman's sake.
He nods and he goes,
I
"Ah,
mean, Rollman here does have the goal of laying a purse on every single continent.
if you're doing." He kind of stops at that and looks over at Rollman, and you see
I never
the
said that.
irritation in his eyes for a moment, and goes, "I have a daughter, good sir."
I also never said that, James.
With how you've acted, though, your actions have spoke louder. Don't worry, he's no harm. I'm merely teasing him for his own promiscuousness.
Kind of looks at you. See him eyeing up Rollman as he looks at one of the kobold kin that. You now realize it looks like a younger, effeminate version of him, though with quite similar arms as well, as she seems to be quite capable as a smith. And he looks up at Rollman and
I'm
goes,
not looking
like,
at them.
there's a death glare in his eyes.
I'm not looking at them.
He kind of looks back at you,
Feedback for all the
James.
fucking short jokes.
And he goes, "I think, I appreciate your business, James," as he holds his hand out and goes, "I think you best be on your way, though, now that we got the medal underhand. Feel free to come by, yourself, if you ever want to do business again. Maybe, leave your less favorable compatriots away from my daughters." As he seems to give, again, a glance over to Rollman.
I'll be sure to come back. You have many interesting wares, and I'll see if I get any other interesting metals that I can sell off to you.
Well, they're still butchering through the dragons, so give it a few more weeks, so we'll probably have a bit more gemstone scales and bones to mix in. There's some people talking about mixing the bones into the metal workings.
I've done an attempt of that. It's quite difficult, actually.
Tell me about it. One of the shops exploded down the street, and it got completely rebuilt in marble because of it. I thought about doing the same. As he looks up at his the gray stone building.
I got lucky and didn't have it backfire that badly, but it was not an easy experiment. I'm planning on repeating it, though, and seeing what I get.
Glances at you and nods and goes, "Well, best of luck to you. But
If I get that formula, would you be willing to buy it?
Give me a diplomacy check."
One moment. I need to go feed the dog, as I've been asked to do.
No worries. Let's see what James's modifier is. I am curious.
I mean, he rolled a 15 earlier, plus 15.
Yeah, so it's plus. That's with the.
That was with friendly face. I don't know how many spell slots he has left.
That's true. We'll give him a minute here. I'll pause, then we'll take a minute, so I'll go get my water then.
How quickly?
Alright, we're back.
28 for the diplomacy check.
Alright. 20, Jesus Christ. Okay. As you take a
That's it.
moment.
At lowest, if I'm not getting a +2 to that from my gauntlets, that'd be a 26 still.
Yeah, as you say this, he kind of looks at you and goes, yeah, the deal sounds good, sure. He kind of nods to that and goes, "You can figure it out to a way that doesn't blow up any buildings and won't kill any of my people. I can agree to that."
Alright, I'll see what I can do then.
He nods and he goes, "Alright, but be off with you if you've got to deal with the king himself at this point. You'll best not be late. I hear the king likes to walk around naked a lot of the times and when he's got free time, so less that he has, the better for all of us."
Yeah.
James will nod and start entering the cart around, heading to the castle. On the way
No.
there, Frosty, you're watching the cart.
I'm
Yeah.
downstairs.
Oh, wait, what? What do you mean you're
I
downstairs?
thought I was. Well, I thought I was left at the bottom of fucking
Oh, no.
somewhere.
No, the party went all the way back to the airship and came back, yeah. So, just to catch you up, yeah, they're back in the city and just having sold their
Oh,
goods back at
word.
the armor shop.
Yeah, you're with us.
Yeah, you're with
Yep,
Yep.
I'm good
Yeah.
watching the cart. I'll watch it. I'll watch
don't
it
wanna-
so good.
That way you
You
don't have to
got
go in and risk getting caught. I'd rather not be
Trust
questioned
me,
while you're with us.
we're on the same page.
Frosty's like totally paying attention, pulls out another beer. He fully understands.
I'd like to lean into Frosty. You know, Greg never stopped fights with black market people or evil people, and I just like tap him on the shoulder, and then we go back to following.
Don't stop, Nar.
Fucking thick.
Frosty's eyes lighting up.
Is this?
I raided
Alright.
the black market.
No.
I raided the black market 4 times. No one ever stopped me.
I was saying,
There's a
what
cart.
is Nar gonna slow down and fall behind, or is Frosty gonna suddenly disappear into the background and roll to see what he's doing? Are you gonna go steal from the black
Wait,
market?
is Nar going with them or is Nar going to the black market?
That's the question here, I guess.
That
In
is
that
a
Up
case.
to
Alright.
you. I don't have to go with them.
True.
No.
No, you two can
You
break
wanna,
off.
you wanna go?
The cart's now empty.
Go.
I-
Me
I
and
mean,
you
before-
go.
When you say you want to go, Nar just nods.
All right, dope.
Go ahead, you two. Just don't use my name and don't, so that I don't attract more trouble.
I'm gonna whisper to Lil Scarf to look after the other two.
Well,
Uh,
the scarf's still gone.
Little Scarf kind of comes out of the wagon and nods at you.
Oh.
He can always hear me.
Roland, as you see Little Scarf's head pop out of the back of the wagon, having seen him disappear in front of James earlier, like where? He just looks at you and kind of smiles, sticks his tongue out, and then pulls his head back into the wagon, hides inside.
You got 2 people hiding in your car.
Why is there a hole in this cart?
Like Roland leans down as he's walking, still behind
Why
it,
would you
looking
ask
under
that,
it.
Roland? It's very unlucky for a merchant's cart to have a hole in it. You know that.
I didn't know that actually. Is that a saying?
That's where the goods will fall out if you're... The careless merchant only keeps a hole in his cart for bad reasons.
Alright, side question. Nar and, Frosty. So, first off, give me a search check, both of you, as you start looking around for, any sort of black market.
Word.
Because they don't just surprisingly make themselves available and easy to
Fuck.
see.
Can I
I
argue
man.
for either spot or gather information?
I'll take a gather information.
I have such a high mod too.
Dude, a
Nice, that
1,
one, man.
ouch.
I'm actually gonna say ouch because right when he rolled that, I popped my fucking shoulder.
Get fucked. Get
Okay.
Is that one physically caused me injury?
Gather information. That's a 19.
19. Alright, as the two of you head into the back, into the, like, kind of finding some of the alleyways and start walking about, just looking as, Nar at this point is just accustomed to walking into alleys and finding businesses that for some reason do dark dealings openly, and so at this point it's just a talent of his. And Nar, funny enough, between the two of you, as you kind of start, well, you don't manage to find anything looking about. You do, as you kind of point out a couple of obvious figures that catch your eye towards Frosty, as Frosty kind of walks over and nonchalantly just kind of leans, even though, again, he's huge, leans up against buildings and just kind of stands there listening as these people continue talking amongst themselves, kind of eyeing him, but not doing anything, as he seems to look nonchalant enough, even dressed as a giant frost giant lawyer. Sorry, attorney at law.
Hey, I'm just saying.
The
Thank
attorney at
you.
law.
Yeah.
I'm just
Frosty S. Snowman
A,
Esquire.
Oh,
a
God.
lawyer and an attorney, we belong in the back alleys.
Yeah.
We belong in
Yeah,
the scene.
yeah.
But as you continue listening in, you do hear the only black market that you kind of catch information on, or that they do dealings out of, is fully open in the public eye around here. A business called the Ancient Stone. They trade everything from information to gemstones, mostly maps, and typically they are most often known for taking on dealings to find information. However, they will also sell and procure rare goods, exotic goods, individual goods, people. Whatever you really want to pay for, they will basically offer, but they specialize in information gathering. As you lot manage to kind of walk about, hearing that and kind of reporting that Frosty over to Nar, you already saw the building that had the name The Ancient Stone at the front of the city.
Nar just looks at Frosty and goes, I know where that is.
As the two of you start heading, you two begin to head over. We'll come back to you in a moment. We're gonna jump over to James and Rolliman. James and Rolliman, as you continue heading through the city, Rolliman's still eyeing the bottom of the cart, making sure there's no holes, kind of testing the sides and everything as you go about. You lot make it up to the large castle gates as you cross over to the other road. Coming to the front gates, you see two guards decorated in bright silver armor with little bits of cobalt inlaid into it to make it really pop. Their glaives and or their swords and tower shields out. The tower shields are designed with Greg's Martom sigil almost completely out of gold and diamonds on this heavy iron tower shield. The blades looking to be more showpiece than actual practical. While the metal would definitely cut as you without even a praise check to look, it doesn't take much to recognize a noble piece as you'd recognize it, James. Something more adorned to show off than to go out into combat with. As the guards kind of see you looking you up and down and seeing your cart, and I mean, James, your armor's impressive, but you don't look all that.
I'll be changing in the cart
Oh,
if
okay.
Roland will take over driving for a bit.
Oh,
Because I'll change into my regular merchant attire that is depicted in my image.
All right. As you kind of put on your regular attire, they seem to kind of look you up and down. It's nicer. It's definitely fancier leathers with a bit of chain in it. Some of the metals mixed into it to make it glitter. As they kind of look at, though, they still kind of take a moment seeing Roman pull up instead. The one guard looks over at Roman and goes, "All right, you know the business. We don't know you, so say something."
We are the Ironheart Merchant Company, here for the feast.
Oh yeah, some elf is gonna get in here. And next you're gonna be eating all the food in the back, killing our kitchen, you barbarian scum. Yeah, try again.
James will pop out after changing, going, "Excuse me, we are the Ironheart Merchant Company."
Give me a diplomacy check.
I'm not even gonna add the other stuff because I can't.
Okay, takes a second.
I finally do.
He looks at you and goes, "Oh, of course it's a merchant company. I always use those filthy slaves for everything I can do." And he looks over to the other guard and kind of like smacks on the gate, and you hear as it starts to creak, the wooden gate starts to creak open. The guard continuing to curse you under his breath, but they seem to let you through into the large, very like flowery courtyard where you see a marble statue depicting Greg's Tom as an elf dancing alongside Chavika in her dragonkin form. Her two heads kind of almost looking like they're singing out some sort of melody as water pours out to either side, as both of the figures hold what looks to be like jugs to let the water flow through. As you look about, you do see Zarius kind of standing in the middle of the garden, well dressed and quite comfortable, as he seems to be talking amongst a couple of what you recognize as nobles from the House of Closen, though not the leader himself. As you see a few fiends kind of walking about with his sigil, very largely ordained onto their breast. Many of them wearing their own suits and kind of relaxing and talking and having wine. You do see amongst the others another merchant sigil that you recognize as the Carded Fiends. The only other merchant company that was going to be honored here. But as you look about the courtyard, people seem to be kind of grabbing hors d'oeuvres from a few tables set off to the side or drinking what looks to be wine that's kind of being brought out by the staff as they walk about. One of the butlers kind of begins to walk over towards you, a young-looking black-scaled koboldkin, and he smiles up at you, James and Rollman, and goes, "Please park your cart over this way, and then feel free to enjoy your serves. Mingle, we will be starting the party within an hour. You are still a little early."
Okay.
Thank you, and we will. I will state that I'm going to be wrapping my hammer and stowing it into my bag of holding to keep things safe.
Okay.
so the blade isn't showing and it can't rip through the bag itself.
And Rollman, are you keeping both blades on your hip?
Do other people have weapons?
They are not, but I will mention you still haven't been able to take
Yep,
your
true.
hand off of that sword.
True.
You are
I'm
also
going to-
technically my bodyguard, so
Well, as some as their bodyguards present here as well.
Yes, but many
Yeah,
of them seem
weapons.
to be kind of like just standing off to the sides as pillars watching.
All right. So, with my level up, I got a new maneuver
Ooh.
called Ironheart Surge, which I can activate to end any effect that currently is upon me. And I would like to focus this on my hand till fucking let go.
Give me a will save.
Switching that for a con.
All right. You've been trying to get rid of this item for now like 4 sessions, so
plus you know
3.
Melvin has someone that will buy it.
30.
As you focus your mind, you finally manage to get your hand off of it as you peel each finger off of it, having to tear them away. As you do so, it's painful, it hurts. You don't break anything, thankfully, but as you finally pull your hand away, you just kind of feel now the itch to keep it on your hip at all times. It has to be at nearby and within reach now.
Okay. I will keep 2 swords on my hips, but my hands are free.
Roman just looking at his hand, seeing the sweat marks from where the leather's been like wrapped on it the entire time or hitting it.
Snap for prestidigitation to clean us both up.
Okay.
To make us look and smell as nice as possible. Stow my armor away into the cart and cover it so that it's not.
Roman, your hand, by the way, it has a brown mark now of where the leather was held. Like your hand is now stained slightly.
That'll buff out.
No.
Yes, new skin will cover up.
That's.
It'll take a while,
It'll
yes,
eventually
but
be gotten rid of, yeah.
But yeah, as you kind of prestidigitation, the smell of the floweriness kind of coming over you. The two of you kind of get your kind of tighten up your clothes, get your ties, your bow tie fixed up, and kind of look about to go mingle amongst the crowd. I assume, James.
Yeah, I'm on my way to mingle. Try not to cause too many problems.
Rollman, are you going to stay at James's side, or are you going to stand off to the side like the rest of the bodyguards?
I will stand up for the side for now, and then when it's time to eat, I'll go sit.
Okay. James, give me a diplomacy check.
I'm so glad I got this up to 8 before this. That's
Yeah.
why I spent so long.
Today is a heavy check day, so.
Many diplomacies.
Mm-hmm. All right.
16, still not terrible.
As you manage not to put your foot in your mouth, going about the crowd and kind of mingling amongst them, you do find out some like information just talking to people. You do meet a individual known as Sugo Mutt, who is. Give me a minute. I'm just pulling up my notes because I thought you would fail this. Yeah, so you do recognize her as a very old-looking gnoll, a very long beard coming off of her chin, and she has, or she seems to be sitting off to the side playing like a game of like what looks to be chess, with what you recognize as Greg's Martom, and kicking his ass easily. As you hear her kind of joke about the 14th win tonight. As you look over, you do see Zarius going amongst the crowd. His succubus girlfriend, dressed quite eloquently in her dress, 2 scimitars on her hip and a staff on her back with what looks to be a crystallized skull at the tip of it as a magical focus. The two of them seem to be mingling amongst the House of Closen, talking mostly, as you notice, to the as you meet, it doesn't even take a moment to realize the leader of the House of Beastmail, Magni himself, as he boasts loudly about who he is amongst the crowd. But as you begin to mingle,
I really need to see if he's interested in buying this contract off me.
as you begin to mingle, we're gonna come back to you in a moment. Nar and Frosty. As you
Yeah.
two find the entrance or the back entrance to in the kind of standing in the alleyways between the buildings, you find the back entrance to the ancient stone, a massive, as you realize, building that, as you count, is almost 4 stories tall. As you look inside, you can see even from the back door's little window it seems to have, there looks to be a massive storage room that doesn't look natural for the building. Not hard to realize it's a magical room. There are no guards walking about it, and you see cages of what look to be snowbeards. You see maps kind of thrown about. You see elves kind of tossed into cages off to the side that look to be very drugged out and almost like completely out of it as their eyes are hollowed over. You see a couple of what looks to be weapons with or paper documents kind of wrapped around them, or sorry, papyrus documents wrapped around them. Yeah, as you look about, it looks to be just an open storage room and no one in there. You do see the other side of the other door to the front entrance clearly, with that looks to be almost basically a frame of a door with mainly a large open glass pane. Doesn't take much for the two of you to realize this place is doing very well for itself. But what would you like to do?
Word.
Wolf, since we are 2 loud characters, would you like to lead? There's going to be nothing stealthy about any of this.
I don't think so. I think Hydrathian is fully following you. Like, he's not sure how heavy you really are actually willing to go. So he's just kind of waiting and watching.
I beheaded 2 guards for taking a bribe.
Yep.
Yeah, but he hasn't seen that yet, so he doesn't know anything.
Unless he says
All
that
right.
right now.
Well, okay, test 1. We always check if the door's just unlocked, because half the time people don't lock their own doors.
Yeah, as you go to twist the knob, as soon as you do, you begin to hear the sounds of something blaring, basically an alarm going off inside. A red light starts to glow, and almost immediately you start to hear the footsteps of individuals getting run around the building.
Alright, what's the door made of?
Wood. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm cutting the door down.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead and roll.
We're gone.
Let's
No
roll to
stealth,
attack the
loud.
door. Let's see.
What is stealth?
I didn't want to.
Okay.
I didn't think I'd be rolling an entire city guard's attention onto you today.
28 to hit.
28 does hit. Go ahead and roll
Yep.
damage to see if you can defeat its hardness.
16 for the first one.
That does not. Go ahead.
16 hardness for wood, huh?
This is not a normal wooden door.
There's multiple types of wood.
There are multiple types of wood.
Wow, mind-blowing, Cameron. Thank you.
We'll do this the fun way. Let me pull up a spell.
I thought you were about to punch the door or something.
No. Not enough.
Oh no.
I gotta pull 2 spells that I'm
As
gonna use in
Nar's blade smacks off the door, or cuts into the door. It catches the door, cutting into it. Splinters come out, but it does not seem to cut through as you pull your sword
I cast
back out.
Blade of Blood, then I cast Divine Sacrifice. I cast...
Both? Wait a minute.
Uh-huh.
Hold up. I gotta remind what that does for a minute.
They're both
He
damage
has now
boosters.
so much extra damage that he can probably slay.
And you're gonna swing at the door again?
Trungus.
Uh-huh.
Alright, now, remind me, are these... No, those are standard actions to cast. So, okay, so the guards are going to listen to see if they can catch you.
One of them standard, one of them swift.
Right.
I can do this all in one
Give
turn.
me a move silently to see how quiet this thump against the door is. Oh, you can do, wait, all this in one turn?
Yeah.
Like, including
Yeah,
your
I'm
original
not
attack?
moving.
Standard.
I'm
Yeah,
not moving.
that's true.
One's
Yeah,
standard,
okay.
one
Never
is
mind.
swift, and the other's standard.
Alright, yeah. No, fair enough.
Alright. Oh my god, did a 31 hit?
Oh, yeah.
How many die is this?
Grady's combats against this door tonight.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Where is that door?
Oh god damn it!
does the door give?
How much damage?
All right, let's see. 50.
The door does have less hardness than 50. Yeah, you watch as the door, as you kind of angry Nar begins to cast his sword, beginning to glow as he cuts down into the door, splitting it in half as it begins to explode back to the side and splintering against the door frame itself from the pressure exuded from the blade strike. The sounds of the guards begin to kind of fill your ears as you hear from either side of the alley these sounds of more metal footprints or metal feet kind of coming. All right, for this I need you both to roll me initiative.
Word.
I'm up here having a really nice fucking party.
Yep, and your party's causing chaos inside the city. What's new?
I hope they make money off of this. That's all I'm gonna say.
I will.
All
Don't worry.
right, 11.
Are we killing guards?
Probably not a good idea.
If guards are condoning slavery,
Technically, it's not illegal in this territory. Just putting that out there.
Well, okay, question though. This is a black market, which
Yes.
means it's inherently illegal.
Yes, these people are illegal goods, but technically slavery is not illegal. So signing someone into slavery
Sure.
is legal.
but point stands, if they attack me for raiding an illegal market,
question is,
when I was told in your land that I'm allowed to do this in the last city,
Yeah, because you just have to say, I'm a paladin of law carrying out lawful duties.
so
Alright.
either I have to kill them or I have to subdue them, which is going to do the same damage either way.
Unfortunately, Nar, you do roll lower than the other two for initiative with the 11. But Frosty, at the top of the initiative, you are up first. As you see the door now split open, inside about a 40-foot by 40-foot room that's centered with a large table that looks to have like maps kind of tossed aside with different markings on them. Off to the far end of the room, or rather straight in front of you, just straight 40 feet on the opposite side, looks to be a weapons rack with weapons that glitter and glow with magic, arcane runes all about them. You do see off to your left, kind of as you peek your head inside the doorway slightly, as just a free action. You can see all the way at the very other end on the left side, about 40 feet, there are cages of what look to be drow and snowbeards kind of protruded about.
Just went up to Monday by accident.
Oh, nice.
Hello?
Oh, what?
Hi, welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome
Yeah.
back.
Oh, word.
Wait, did you miss everything I just described?
I asked, so I only see two guards, and heard nothing after that.
Ah! Didn't even hear that question.
Oh, word.
Alright. So, no.
So I just, yeah.
As you look
How many
about...
guards do I see?
So inside... Oh, well, how many guards do you see? Either side of the alleys, you don't see any guards yet. You can hear them, though.
Oh, word.
Inside, look, is like a 40 by 40 foot room with what looks to be, as you kind of as a free action poking your head in, you can see on the far left end of the 40 feet has a large, what looks to be like a couple cages of drow and snowbeards. At the center of the room on a table looks to be a bunch of maps with different strange markings on that you can't really catch much of from this distance. And then on the straight in front of you, 40 feet all across on the wall, you can see shelves of what look to be weapons with papyrus and sigils, like markings on them, clearly marking them as like arcane as well as stolen items. There are some rough sacks about the room as well. You can't really tell what's in them. They're just kind of strewn about the tables.
Okay. Real quick, just talking to Nar, I'll ask him, are we taking this shit or are we burning it down?
Everything illegal will be confiscated. To put to a more lawful use.
Taking. Okay.
Yes.
Word. I run into the building
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to attack the locks on the cages of the fucking slaves.
Okay.
How
Uh,
many cages are there?
Let me. There are in total 12, and it is an even of 6 and 6 for Drow and Snowbeards. As you look about them, they are all dark-skinned elves.
Dope.
Also, running, I believe, is both your actions for reference. So, kind of
I'm
want to
I'm
clarify.
okay. I misspoke. I'm
Oh,
walking
okay. I
in.
want to make well because you said you had
Good
20 feet
God.
earlier for movement, so that's why I thought you
Yeah,
actually
I have
meant you were
20 feet,
running.
but then I have 15 feet of reach.
Yeah,
Like I'm not like fucking mechanically running. I'm
okay. I was making sure.
rushing into the building.
Making sure I understood. I appreciate that because it is a 40-foot by
Sure.
40-foot building. So, um, but yeah, as you as you move in, kind of leaning forward to grab hold of the cages. Go ahead and are you trying to pick the lock, or are you just gonna smash the locks?
Uh, I'm actually, yeah, I'm trying to smash each one. I
Okay.
have 13 heads, so with one action, I can attack all of the locks.
All right. Let's roll for it.
All right.
You can either give me 13 separate or one all together.
Yep. That's a. Sorry, let me make sure I got my fucking thing updated.
Mm-hmm.
It is, yeah, okay. That's a 39 to hit,
39
a
hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
27 to hit, a
27 hits.
34 to hit,
That hits.
a 40 to hit,
Jesus Christ.
a 42 to hit,
Yeah.
a 28 to hit.
You if you don't
One,
roll
two,
below
three, four,
20,
five,
that you
six.
can't fail.
Okay.
Jesus criminy.
Did not roll below 20.
Alright, you're good. Okay.
I would have to roll in that one to fail.
Good to know. Yeah, as you
Um,
go ahead and roll damage.
yeah. Oh, clear these.
Now to find out these are
Da, da,
cast
da.
iron anti-magic locks, the best you can buy in the business.
19 damage.
You're 1
15
damage
damage.
short. Alright.
Really?
Yep.
Hardness of 20, huh?
Uh-huh. I had to bump these as soon
Uh,
as you fucking said you were joining because I knew what you could do.
well, I can make a lot of attacks, but
Uh-huh.
they're not a lot of damage.
Nope.
Not a single one breaks.
Okay. As you begin to melt the locks, kind of like beginning to crack them and beginning to watch as they seem to begin to splinter, none of them seem to break immediately. I actually have to roll for the slaves initiative as well. I forgot.
Yeah, because now they might help.
Well. Alright. Yeah, as you begin attacking at these locks, they begin to crack and melt. You watch as they do so. The slaves look at you and kind of seemingly get the understanding. You do have 13 attacks. Which one, or you will get one of these locks, assumedly, unless you rolled really badly on one of these attacks.
I'll get. I mean, do I see anyone that looks fucking useful in a fight?
Amongst the slaves, as you look at the 6 drow, they all look to be, as you can kind of tell, very thin and look gaunt. The snowbeards are all, as you realize, children.
Word.
So, in short, no.
Awesome. I'll just break one of the drow locks then.
Okay.
It's another 31 to hit, and yeah.
As you slam into it, you watch as the slave kind of seeing the lock crack as it falls apart, kind of shoves the cage open and seeing this, kind of nods and starts to look at the other locks.
Okay. And then real quick,
Mm-hmm.
because I used my movement, standard action, as a swift action, I'm going to use my White Raven tactics, and Nar's initiative moves to mine -1, so
17.
17.
Fuck you.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Go get him, Nar.
Alright. What was that spell?
What was the spell?
It's not a spell. It's a maneuver.
Oh, maneuver. Okay.
Called White Raven Tactics.
I'm gonna write that down for my own notes for a different character later. Might use that for someone. All right, yeah. As as you use this maneuver, kind of looking about, Nar, you see as Frosty gives you a point and kind of focuses, that gets your attention to get moving. As he does so, you immediately kind of catching on, almost kind of catch yourself kind of almost in a daze for a moment as you're listening to the guards' footprints, trying to count how many there are. What do you want to do?
Do I help free the slaves, or do I announce to the guards this is a legal operation?
Question.
I'm gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have a funny plan. I'm gonna get in the door. I'm gonna plant my sword in front of me, and when a guard shows up, I'm going to announce this is a legal operation, and I ask them not to get involved, as this is a holy order's job, technically outside of their jurisdiction, from what I learned from the captain of the other city for this land.
The same captain of the guard that was at the front gate. Yep.
Yep.
As you kind of hold your action, watching and waiting for the guards, putting yourself in the doorway, you block the doorway pretty impressively, as it's designed for only large creatures. So as you kind of fill up the space yourself, being large, kind of wait, and as you hear the footprints come around as they are next up in the initiative, the guards come charging from either side. You count 12 on the left and almost 15 on the right, all mixed of emblems of Chavika and Greg's Maritam, as you see your familiar guard captain's face, the black-scaled koboldkin, kind of short in his height, but loud and powerful in his stature, as the guards seem to all come to attention as he comes running up. And just as soon as he sees you, you can see the shoulders slump. And he just kind of walks over slowly.
I left an impression last time.
Putting his hand up to his face. You see him kind of like rubbing the bridge of his nose as he between his eyes, and comes over and goes,
May I help you?
Nar,
Yes.
Greg's Maritam's not going to allow it this time. You know that they have a business right because they sell information to the king.
I'm not dealing with their information issues.
And you
I'm
can't
dealing with
touch...
their illegal trades.
You can't touch their maps. You can't touch anything else other than slaves. You know that.
Okay. That's fine. I haven't touched anything but slaves. I haven't even touched a slave yet.
You see him turn, and you see a couple of the other guards in Draconic. Do you speak Draconic, Nar?
I
know I think I ask this every time.
I do not.
It's usually a different character every time you ask.
Yeah, you do not. You see as a couple of the guards seem to speak to him. Most of them are dragonkin that do tower over him about like 8-9 feet. He is only himself about 5 feet tall. Or no, sorry, 3 feet tall. And as he kind of as one of the guards, you see a Drakekin kind of steps up, a very clear member of Shavika's own clan with a second head with no neck kind of protruding from his center neck. Massive as he is, standing almost to look you in the eyes, looks down, and you watch as the little kobold takes his glaive and bops him on the head, knocking the guy completely unconscious as quick as he speaks. As the kobold, the captain of the guard turns back and goes, "Alright, I'm gonna stand here and make sure, A, they don't attack you, because I don't want to deal with that paperwork, but B, make sure you don't touch any of the maps or any of these stolen or illegal goods. That is, they have a rightful business to." As he kind of puts his fingers in air quotes, too, as he kind of sits down on the ground and puts his glaive on his shoulder.
As per your own city's demands, we will only touch the perpetrators and the slaves. Understood, as I'll march into the building.
Just kind of, you hear a sigh.
You should have said there were illegal goods there, sir. You knew what would happen.
Alright, the guard's turn is up. Small is going to roll to see if he hears anything.
And I'm assuming Frosty could hear the back and forth.
Yes.
For what we're allowed and not allowed to do. Yeah. Okay.
Alright, ooh, that's not good. That's not bad. Okay. Nar and Frosty, I need you to give me a listen or a spot check. One or the other. I will not take both.
I will spot.
With your
I believe
26
my
eyeballs.
spot is better than my listen.
With my
Because
what,
of
you
the spell
said?
it
26 eyeballs.
Yeah, I got a lot of them.
That's true. That's true.
You be balling over there.
What?
Stay balling, bro.
Yeah.
God damn it. And now you're doing a spot as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Look, I have 3 times the bonus to spot now.
Hey, no issue with it. I was just making sure. Frosty, roll another 2.
Oh, there it is. 18.
Not bad. As the two of you kind of listen in, or sorry, look about, as Nar kind of follows up behind you, Frosty, having heard the conversation, you both hear and see immediately as the door to the front of the building opens and no one's standing there, and then it closes.
Can I just wink at Frosty?
Wait, what did I see?
The door opened, there was no one there, and the door closed.
Okay.
So someone invisible just walked in.
Do any of you by chance? Oh no, never mind.
I will take a moment to let you know.
It is not magical that he got that.
Sure.
He's not using a spell.
If they're anywhere near me.
Oh, do you have tremor sense?
Alright, blind sight.
No.
Or if you have
do
blind
have-
sight, that's fucking terrifying.
I have blind fight.
Oh, okay. That's different. That means you can fight while
that is
blinded.
different,
It's not
yeah.
blind sight, yeah, sadly.
Well,
So-
also invisible attack.
Yeah, it means you can actually attack people who are invisible around you.
Yeah.
And they don't get
okay.
bonuses against him.
Yep. So you'll know if you're about to be attacked by someone invisible that's going to be next to you. So you'll get basically like an alert.
Well,
Alright.
also I don't take disadvantage or any.
Good
It doesn't
to
get
know.
bonuses for being invisible.
Alright, well, he is done, the slaves are up, and the slave is going to use their open lock ability.
What?
Their skill.
Their
Well,
open lock.
well,
ability.
skill,
Oh,
you know
word.
what I
I was
mean.
like,
Alright, well, they failed, so they're going to
what
try
a wild
again.
ability.
That's more like it. Let me double check something for my own notes. No, it does not work. Never mind. Wow, I for open lock DCs were high. Oh shit. As you see the slave kind of takes one of the knives off the table and kind of begins to shove it into the lock that's kind of that's slightly smashed, and begins to try and work around the broken bits. Failing to do so. Back to the top of the initiative, Frosty. You're still up.
I have pretty far reach.
Are you gonna smack all the locks? Or are you gonna go after the figure that theoretically might be next to that door?
I mean, Wolf, if you block that door and I block the door to the guards, whoever it is can't get out.
Take a 5-foot step when you attack, right?
Yeah.
You can do that.
Yeah.
Without,
Yeah.
It's not a move action.
Correct.
It's just a free.
Word. Yeah, I'll take a 5-foot step.
Oh,
And with my 15-foot next, I'll lash out at an invisible creature over there
no. Okay, roll to
13
attack.
times.
Oh, I don't like that.
That is a 25 to hit.
Shit.
I will
24
say-
to hit.
That they
Oh,
decided
actually,
off
sorry.
his head.
The 24 is a nat 1. Let me read that.
His nat one
That's
still
not
fucking-
another nat 1.
His nat one still hits.
Okay.
You don't actually hit for that
Wait,
one, but
well,
for
Yeah,
reference.
no, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
42 to hit,
Yeah?
38 to hit,
Yep.
24.
Uh-huh.
Oh shit, that's another nat 1.
Yep.
The joy of
Let me
being a
reroll
Hydra.
that.
Yep. So far I've counted 3 hits.
Not another nat 1.
Okay.
25 to hit,
Yep, that's hits. That's 4 hits so far.
35,
Yeah.
36,
Uh-huh.
35,
Uh-huh.
33,
This is gonna hurt. Uh-huh.
40,
I'm gonna die.
Might want to make this non-lethal damage.
Oh my god, another nat 1. Let me
Alright.
reroll.
Just remember, for each head you lose,
So
you
I
get
think
2 more.
that'll give you one
Not
more
another
roll.
nat
He's
1.
capped.
That'll give you one more roll.
No.
Yeah, because that was your 12th roll.
Well, I was rolling to see if I confirmed my nat 1.
No, I know. That's 12 rolls so
One
far.
second.
9
I
successes,
have-
2 fails.
1.
Or sorry, 11. My bad. 11. My bad. 2 more.
3. Okay.
Fight him good.
32
That
and
is.
34.
Yeah. Yeah, because you only missed twice. So.
Now,
Okay.
you do have to roll a mischance because they're invisible.
Yep.
Not with his. Oh wait,
Nope,
yeah.
you
With
do.
Even with
Well,
That's
does
not
wait,
even
does
with it.
blind fight?
It gives you a
believe-
reroll.
Oh,
If you
roll.
missed.
Yeah,
It's a
Yeah.
20%
Yeah.
chance for every
he
hit
has
you got.
2 rolls on
If-
each. The likelihood of him failing
Yeah.
is good.
So 20% chance.
To miss.
I think last time it was like we rolled a D100. It's like 1 to
Well,
20 miss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes it
Sure, I
easy.
can roll a D100. Sure.
So just
Roll
do 110 times. Or 11 times.
Yep.
And any failure you can reroll.
Any failure, roll again.
Any
Yeah,
failure I
basically.
can reroll.
Yeah.
Reroll once.
If you're typing in the chat, just
Well,
do
yes, I understand.
exclamation mark.
62,
Succeeds.
25,
Succeeds barely.
12, gonna reroll. 78,
Succeeds.
79,
Yep.
37,
Yep.
75,
Uh huh.
29,
Uh huh.
82.
Okay.
How many am I at? Sorry.
That's 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, 9.
Yeah, 1 more.
5, gonna reroll. 22.
Okay.
Hey.
Just barely on that last one. Yeah, you succeed all, so go ahead and roll your damage.
All right.
Yeah, you're going to be very disappointed with the amount of damage you're about to do and how quickly this guy's about to die. Because I want you to know, commoners have less than a d8 worth of health.
This is a commoner?
I'm not saying he is, I'm just letting you know.
Oh, word.
If he's not high level,
I mean, not high level,
Okay,
you're about to
so-
obliterate this man into the next 10 lifetimes.
21
to reset.
points
Okay.
of damage.
Alright.
10 points of damage.
Alright.
16 points of damage.
Okay.
18 points of damage.
Okay.
20 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
10 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
11 points of damage. 9 points of damage. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 14 points of damage. 14 points of damage.
143 total.
143.
He was
damage
dead at
total.
4 HP.
Word!
So as you watch, as Nar, you look over and you just see Frosty just starts tearing every head in this disguise starts popping out and grabbing and tearing. I imagine at this poor individual, who screams immediately at not only the fact that he's been seen, but at the from that shock factor, but also that he's being torn apart.
The scream is probably pretty short, to be fair.
As suddenly the sound of gurgling blood and his invisibility dissipates, fucking blood going everywhere, all over the maps in the center of the room as he is torn piece by piece apart. There is nothing but a bloody mess left once Frosty is done with him.
Frosty, this
bad. All 13 heads turn towards Nar, and one of them goes, "All right, perpetrator, got? Anybody else?" All 13 heads start to look around in different directions.
There are, you see, the slaves are terrifying. The one that's standing there has dropped the knife and is just, scared, looking pale, not able to move.
Many of them shit themselves.
All right.
let's free all our friends.
With my second action, I take a 5-foot step back towards the cages and then attack the locks again.
No, you don't have to roll. I'm not going to make you at
word.
this point because
100%.
the hostility is
figured-
gone.
Gotta make sure.
As you and Nar begin breaking the locks, I assume you're just going to be letting the slaves go and then leaving at that point. Am I correct?
Yeah. I kind of look around the area. I'm not taking anything. I'm just looking. It's very strange to Frosty or Hydrathian that something can be illegal and legal at the same time. And for just a moment, like a few of his heads, like they're all having a conversation in his head, and they're trying to get him to fire breath the shit out of this place, and he decides against it.
Can I check for anything that's known to be like super illegal? Something like a famous item stolen, anything like that? With this being the one illegal shop in the whole town.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a search check.
Sure. Let's not that one this time. That'd be cool. Yeah, it's not that one. I'll take it.
As you kind of look about, I mean, you look at the maps, you see troop movements of other nations, you see, like, the supply lines written out, marks of different sigils kind of set aside that you can see that are easily designed to, like, fake or forge, houses, royal seals. As you open some of the bags, you notice that they're filled with a thing called traveler's dust, a drug that is considered highly illegal and almost everywhere due to its very deadly and addictive properties. And there is, as you look about, almost what? Go ahead.
When I see the very illegal drugs, is that including in Greg's land?
Everywhere. Pretty much every nation bans it outright.
I just slowly turn and stare at the guard captain and look back at the drug.
You see him kind of shrug and goes, "Don't burn it inside the city. You'll get everyone high as hell and it'll kill most of the city."
Okay, so I take that as I'm allowed to take this. All right.
You do see the other guards look very annoyed, but they're not moving and taking a step forward at all.
I mean, with that,
I will say
this guy.
Yeah, go ahead.
This guy did say just the slaves, and then when something was pointed out to him that was also illegal, he was like, "Oh, okay, sure, that too."
That's why I'm checking for highly illegal.
Because I used to be a noble in these lands, can I see anything that I know is like also super illegal?
Give me a search check. And no, you cannot argue for a spot check on this one.
Okay.
Because you are legitimately
Christ, it's a lot of drugs.
No, it's not. I mean, if Yanar wants to roll a profession law to see if this is a big bust for him or not.
Sure.
That's 600 pounds of drugs.
You realize how easy it would be able to make drugs like that in this era?
I mean, fair, but...
So, like, think of it. Nar, you think you found a what looks to be like a hub, probably, you'd guesstimate, of, like, moving merchandise out. This is a shipping hub, not a production hub, so where this came from somewhere, and this is just someplace they're storing. There's probably numerous around the city.
In an age like this, it'd be so easy to hide movement of all the chemicals and stuff you'd need to make drugs. I mean...
What effects of traveler's dust, I wonder?
15.
It's hard to find out.
15, as you look about, kind of spot something kind of catches your attention. The multiple weapons on the racks, while they're not illegal, it's not illegal to steal someone else's item in any matter of speaking. And the nation, as long as there's no proof, you can't prove that it's stolen. It's pretty hard to enforce the whole stealing thing. Detect thoughts is not as commonly used, and it's very easy to get around that for a lot of people. As you take a moment, though, as you look at these swords, these are holy, and some of these are heirlooms. As you look about, these are mostly recognized as all having the Ella Ugbo holy sigil marked on them. There's about 12 swords in total and about 4 pieces of armor. Which, not illegal, but that is a holy order, and that means that they killed these people or are marketing in stolen goods of a holy order. Now that is very illegal, as Greg's Maritime especially doesn't like to get into religion.
All 13 heads look at the guard captain, then all 13 heads look up at that shelf, then back and forth and back and forth.
He looks at you and goes, "I don't know anything about it. I don't even recognize the sigils."
Yeah, that's religion. my
I would say,
friend.
do I?
Roll knowledge religion.
Because I know I've seen Elegba symbol before.
Yeah. Still do so, just to see if it pops to memory.
Hey, I know someone who wants that. It's Kez.
And I also know someone who's with Kez. We can get this to them.
Mm-hmm.
Possible.
Yeah, for money.
Oh, definitely for money. You think I'm gonna give Kez shit for free?
15? Okay.
21.
21? Oh, okay. As you, Nar, you take a moment, and kind of think, you recognize this, not only, those aren't just the sigil, that's probably some of her highest ranked priests, as that is full plate. You don't just find, clerics walking around with full plate, with holy sigils marked all across their armor. That's quite expensive typically. You'd guess not champion, but definitely these people, whoever this armor and these weapons probably belong to, are decently ranked amongst this order.
Then yeah, I'll call back to the guy. Ella Ugbo Church, highest ranking priest's gear.
You see him sigh and go, "I have to write paperwork for that one. Ah, shit. He looks up at the guards and goes, "These heroes have managed to find the lost remnants of Ella Ugbo's church and the potential people who killed them. I want this place quarantined. The weapons will be given over to the highest religious person, and I don't know about any of you bastards, but I don't know a damn thing about the church." And he looks over at Nar and goes, "And from my understanding, you're some sort of champion."
I'll just nod and roll with it.
Good. You take it. You lot move on. We'll have this place investigated, and I gotta do paperwork for Greg King now, as he sighs and like looks about and goes, "Alright, kill anybody that resists. I want this house shut down, the business shut down until further spoken to." And you
Now,
see his
yeah.
guards start circling around.
Legally, now that it's been cordoned off as fully illegal, now can we pilfer illegal goods?
I mean, looking at the front, throughout the front door, you don't see. I mean, the front of the shop is all legitimate items, as you can clearly see. I mean, there's some goods that
Yeah.
definitely could be described as ill-gotten, but nothing
I
illegitimate.
meant the other stuff in the back that was kind of illegal, but not enough for them to let us bother.
The maps and the information.
Yeah, the
and
maps and
seals. Given that's now he's talking about having to write a paper, he's gonna have to write to that. It's not illegal to sell information.
Okay.
So
Yeah, word. Then I won't touch
taking it could get you in trouble, especially if there's anything that's politically charged in there. You don't want to get caught with any of that.
Sure.
All right.
I'll just
Yeah.
load up the drugs to dispose of, and I'll load up the Ugbo items, and I'll nod and give like a big smile to Frosty because we did good today.
As you two head back out, yeah.
Does
Okay.
Frosty get his disguise back together?
Nope, it's shredded.
Oh.
That shit is gone, dude.
I'll say he did just tear at it to get all of his heads out to attack somebody.
that is
I
true.
sure did. That being said, Greg is way off at a celebration. So
also
I'm
way
pretty
more
much on right now.
understanding, but his guards are the more the problem, as his troops are amongst the ranks. So,
I mean, what are they going to do to me?
potentially report that you're here.
Sure. I'll be gone before they can.
Now, my question, Nar and Frosty, are you heading back outside the city and towards the ships to, like, not only burn the drugs, I assume, I'm not going to assume you're taking, that you're taking them with you, but, and then, like, put away the armor for the time being?
Yeah.
Armor and
I
weapons.
mean, I at least have to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll head out.
Alright, as the two of you head out of the city, we're going to jump back over to Rollman and James. As you two find yourself mingling throughout the night, enjoying yourselves, relaxing. The party continues on until finally a toast is called. You see the large Amazonian elven woman kind of take a step up, smiling amongst the crowd as she taps her glass. Calling for everyone's attention as the whole crowd goes quiet. Now I'm going to roll this before I speak, as it is only fair.
Diplomacy. That'd be funny if you rolled that one.
If I roll in that one and I have to play it out. So I am going to take a moment.
I'm kind of hoping for that. I really want to see Greg nat 1 diplomacy.
And let's see if I can get my sheet to load tonight. This is an interesting question, as for some reason this does not seem to want to work. There we go. What the fuck didn't... Wait, hold up. Did my character sheet get deleted? Uno momento, por favor. Technical difficulties. Don't mind the DM in the background. It may be that I just put it on a different character sheet than my personal character.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 2 seconds just to pull up Greg's thing on their campaign page. Yeah.
Greg's gonna start to get super concerned whenever Nar shows up in town because he knows it's gonna happen again.
Stop doing this, please. Alright.
No, it's my character.
You might just be banned. Honestly.
Legal bullshit, and he will.
I've done nothing illegal.
Alright. As he begins to give his speech, speaking out to the crowd, as he begins. Today we gather as the greatest merchants of the land have managed to show the world what gold can truly do. I want to honor not only the capabilities of what they've done and the memories of what they've done, but to show a respect and kindness from one merchant to another, as these are the future kings and queens of the next kingdoms to rise, the ones who will represent nations beyond what we will see in this era. The next of the bloodline, if you will, as you see some of the crowd kind of cheer and yell out towards it. He continues and goes, I want to recognize here today the carded fiends under Sugo Mutt as one of our greatest merchants the histories have ever seen, raking in more gold than 2 nations on their own or together. It is completely an astounding amount of wealth that we've seen generated by them, as you see a light spell kind of gets cast out and they get a spotlight put on them, and are handed a little letter with a mark on it, and then they kind of bow, smile, and wave, as Greg turns back and goes, and not to forget the great sacrifice and our newest members of the city, the the Golden Heart Merchant Company under Zarius, as well as the Golden Heart Merchant Guild, now in Gemcutter's Port, the grandest building besides the castle itself, as the light spell casts over to Zarius. As he kind of gets handed also a little letter and kind of bows and waves, and Greg finally kind of gets the light back on him and goes, and lastly, a group that truly defines political change everywhere they go, having managed to even terrify my own allies into a somewhat submission, as he gives a kind of a wink over towards, you see Ja Terrasitis, who is glaring at him with daggers. Greg continues, the Ironheart Merchant Company, owned by James the Ironheart himself, as he kind of, the light goes to you, and you see a little kobold hands you a letter really quickly, bowing under the table once more.
I'll take it, give a nod and a smile and wave, and when the light goes off, me sit back down.
As you do so, go ahead.
James doing nothing out of the ordinary here,
Okay.
Just what the other 2 did.
Roman kind of standing up next to you and kind of doing the same, I imagine. Greg kind of continues on. He goes, these 3 represent exactly what the future needs to hold and what we want to recognize amongst this world. A adventurous spirit who's not afraid to take on the truly scariest of tasks, to change the nations to their whim as they need to make the coin, as he holds up a gold coin in his hand, the number 1 thing of power in this world, as a smile goes across his face. People start kind of clapping at that, and as the audience can die down, he goes, that's enough of that. We welcome the merchant companies. We hope you enjoy yourselves. I will be calling you lot to the throne room here momentarily to meet with each of you individually. I ask of you to enjoy yourselves, mingle, and try the hors d'oeuvres as well as the wine. I had it made personally for my own enjoyment. These are from the oldest of casks I could have made. As he kind of waves to everyone, and the crowd cheers once more as the light spell dissipates, and he starts walking off towards a throne room, or rather she.
Now what do we ask?
I don't know.
As James takes a moment, James, I will note, Rollman, who saw him, Rollman, you don't see Little Scarf anywhere.
Oh well.
Don't worry, he follows the law. It's fine.
He doesn't follow the law, you liar.
He follows the law.
A
Kind of
law.
Any law.
He follows the original law of creation. It's
When
fine.
it was stated that we could ask something from Greg, what did that like imply in terms of like asking like literally any question or asking for something or
It was to imply for something overall.
For
Like this is a request. Yeah, you've been honored, and so he's giving you something as for your great deeds. And instead of like choosing a prize, he's like letting you guys ask for something.
You
I
guys,
have 2 ideas.
you guys could always wait till the first. If they're going in order of highest to lowest from 3, wait till the first one comes back and then inquire what they asked for.
We
To get
can't do
rating.
that. We were told not to ask them.
Damn. Well, good luck.
You could also try and ask any of the other world leaders that are amongst them, because as you look about, you do see Torges, Torges Closen, the head of House Closen, Magni Beastmail, Ja Terracitus, as
Yes,
well as
that's
her
right.
I'm not
husband.
asking the Ja anything. I'm gonna get stabbed if I go near her.
I will say you see Shavika, and you do see King Movasi with what looks to be a very young-looking black scaled dragon skin. That her scales are almost purple, like purplish black. She does not have any wings, and she seems to sit next to him. That's about the most of the nobles you managed to kind of spot out of the corner of your eye.
Do we dare?
Do you dare what? Ask Mavasi?
Yeah.
You want to go talk to Mavasi? Why?
I don't want to, but
Then don't. What were your two ideas?
the 2 ideas I had out of character were either asking for a storefront here that we could set someone up at, generally, which came from Nar.
Yep.
Or asking Greg's Maratom himself to take over the contract from Ya Terracitus.
Can I deal with it?
That's a bold move.
That'd be hilarious.
Oh my god.
I wanted to read the contract after taking it. I have to read the has to convince Zebril to go along with it.
I mean,
Ask him why Zebril wasn't invited.
true. Why isn't
Why wasn't
Zebo
Utham
here?
invited? It's such a short.
Why wasn't the animal invited? What the hell?
This
could've
wasn't a
gone.
world leader gathering. What do you mean? I'm literally just
And?
crescenting a new city, and the fact is that
Neither. Hey, to be fair, neither was the last world leader gathering. We just showed up.
No,
Yeah.
Lair.
Also, I mean, isn't the world leader gathering supposed to happen like right after your celebration is over?
Yeah, next month. Next month basically. That's the plan.
Yeah, word.
So yeah.
Plus,
No, Lair came out.
I could ask for a large upgrade to my ship.
I like the idea of doing the contract because you might respect the deal. Like,
Also, we can
deadline.
assuredly get rid of it and not.
Yeah,
forget
it'll
it.
no longer be on our plate.
I say go for it. I think it'd be funny too.
All right. I guess that's what I'll request at this point when we get to that.
All right. Give me a minute.
The hustle.
Salsa went down the wrong throat.
Well, you never want to hear that.
No. Now my breath is really spicy, which is great. Oh man.
Spicy coughs.
Yep. And I got hot salsa this time because I was tired of medium, and I'm regretting that. Oh, all right. So, yeah, as you watch, the night goes on. The other nobles don't seem to really pay much attention to you. James, you do notice they kind of watch you for a bit, and they out of curiosity more than anything, but seem to go about their business as they seem to talk to some of the higher or the other merchants and lower nobility amongst the Greg's Maratom's court that are kind of spotted amongst the crowd. 3 of his daughters you do actually spot talking to King Movasi himself, kind of sitting and surrounding him after about an hour of feasting.
Does hit me that it wouldn't be a bad idea to go tell Movasi that we intend to head to his kingdom next to do some
What, to pay
trade.
child support?
Well, no, that's a you thing. As the merchant company, we're heading there to sell off a bunch of
Please remember, he believes everything that's on a dragon is lesser. I don't know if talking to him is the play.
Yeah, that's the reason I'm like, James will look at Movasi briefly, with a kind smile and nod, and just let him mingle.
Alright. As about an hour passes, the carded fiends head by Sugomut, kind of head in. Coming back out of the throne room, you see him holding what looks to be an apple made of solid gold. That he kind of is smiling, or she's kind of smiling about, playing with her long beard as she runs her fingers through it, and just kind of looking at the apple as she heads towards the gates and leaves. Another hour goes by, and you watch as the Golden Heart heads in. The night's getting late. Many of the nobles at this point are beginning to retire. You're kind of left out there amongst a few lesser nobles who are, James, at this point, boring you slightly to tears. But as a polite merchant, you're listening kindly and intently, trying to keep any sort of drink away from you so you don't fall asleep.
Well, it's why James thought out the merchant and blacksmithing life. He wasn't great with nobility. He was better at the forge.
As the Zarius clan leaves, or you see them kind of walk out, Zarius himself seems to be holding what looks to be a simple model ship in his hands. As he kind of smiles, it looks to be in a glass bottle, and you can kind of catch as he seems to walk right past your table. The words "Meadmancer" are written across it.
I give him a kind nod and a thumbs up.
He kind of smiles at you. The succubus kind of looks at Rolliman, and you can see there's no sense motive needed to see the anger and hatred towards Rolliman from her.
Give her a wink, you know.
A nod, yeah, get her, yeah.
Nod and a wink.
They pass by.
Trying to keep up good relations.
You watch as a young black-scaled dragonkin in a very bright-colored blue silken dress comes walking over towards you. Her wings very prominently, almost having a bunch of gold chains and iron chains kind of coming down with gems hanging off of them. She smiles as she sits down and she goes, "Excuse me, my name's Sarasan of the Tan clan. I'm Greg's Maratom's daughter. Are you Rolliman and James of the Ironheart Merchant Company?"
Indeed, we are.
That we are.
She kind of smiles over at James and Rolliman. I'm gonna have her roll something real quick. Okay. She kind of looks at James as she goes, "So, I've heard so much about you lot. Your hero's going to save a bunch of snowbeards from being enslaved, protecting the innocent, and taking care of all these horrible enemies and monsters, even fighting the City of Gold. I've got to ask, how do you do it?"
Grit, determination, and luck.
She kind of smiles at that. Give me a diplomacy roll, James. You can choose to take 10 if you wish.
She's not outwardly hostile to me, correct?
Yeah, correct. This isn't like she's pulling a blade or anything on you.
Then the reason I was asking is friendly face.
Oh yeah, friendly face works.
Hostile.
Nope, she is not hostile.
So that I'll be taking 10. That's a 25.
Okay.
Wait, no, that's not 25. That's a 23. This doesn't have to do with making money.
Her cheeks glow red, and she smiles at that, and she goes, "Tell me more."
Well, Rolliman here was the one who struck a blow on the City of Gold. I threw a magic-infused rock to make it flee after it, leading to some interesting thought experiments. And most recently, the mile-wide, we witnessed some events in Terrasitis land that were quite odd, such as a gloom dragon stalking the sands.
A gloom dragon, really? She is enticed into your story as she continues to kind of lean in listening to it, blushing every once in a while as she hears you talk about it.
I'd like to sense motive this person. Are they actually interested in?
Give me a sense motive.
I'll wingman at them if they're actually interested in it. If they're trying to get information out of them, it's a different story. Sense motive.
James isn't good at flirt.
James isn't flirting. James is just outright just telling a story about his life and I imagine happy to vent to someone about what's gone on. 13.
Yeah.
She is drunk as a skunk, Rollerman. She is. It just seems just to be bewildered by anybody who's willing to talk to her. As you can see, that like as she's drinking her glass, she is downing glasses of wine in a single gulp.
Damn.
James will just keep going through the stories that he thinks might be entertaining to royalty,
Okay.
and be very respectful and kind.
As
Not
you-
flirting.
Yeah, no. As you continue to tell the story honestly, going on about as you get to the point of the Gloom Dragon, you hear as a guard kind of taps you on the shoulder. Another black-scaled kobold that just kind of looks down at you and goes, "Excuse me, James, sir. You have been requested by the king in his throne room."
I will go right there. We'll have to continue this another time, miss.
She nods and
Or my lady.
smiles. And the guard kind of looks at Rollman and goes, "Not you, sir. You have to stay. Only the leader of the company is allowed in."
Understood.
As he kind of like steps back and goes back to his position.
James will head to the room.
All right, Rollman, I need you to roll me a d20 plus your charisma modifier.
All right. I got this.
James has made very clear he wasn't going to try and flirt with this. We're going to see if Rollman's natural charisma causes any incidents to.
Natural charisma +0.
I know, right? Oh
15,
God,
it's not bad.
Let me see.
Are you wingmanning for me and trying to get me a girl, or are you doing this for yourself? There comes the part.
Rollman, you just as you sit down and look over at her, she winks and blushes and giggles. You know, you know exactly what's happened.
Do you want me to tell you a story?
She nods and smiles.
All right. I tell the story of when we got boarded by the storm giants, and I heroically sacrifice my life to save James.
She is fully in, slowly moving her chair closer to lean in on you while we cut over to James. James, as you walk in, the throne room looks very unimpressive right now. It looks to have once, you can see the clear indication of where the marble pillars were broken and are still being repaired. The table that used to be set there as a round table clearly still leaving marks in the heavy stonework underneath it after being removed after it's sitting there for so many years. The carpet barely managing to cover it up as you walk up. That's still very rugged, and you can see matted with mud as if no one's cleaned it in days. This throne room is rough on a good day. This is a peasant's throne room as you start to look about, James. Even your own family wouldn't have kept such a despicable-looking set of the place for such a noble business area. But as you look up, you see the elven shadowette figure of Greg's Maratom's transform or polymorph form. A very thick, what looks to be shade kind of what are those Japanese things called?
Paper.
Yes, the paper walls. A thick portable paper wall, like tall, kind of blocking, creating just the silhouette as you hear Greg's Maratom speak. Go, dearest James, one of my best money makers. I truly wish to hear what is the dream of someone so quaint as yourself, a man who has changed nations at the snap of his hand, and yet is not even past his beardling age. What can I offer you to keep your interest in my nation and continue to provide us with not only your taxed income, but also spreading our good word of coin?
Well, they have this very difficult contract that's difficult for me to complete, and it'd be most gracious of you to take it off my hands.
Let me see this contract, and I will see if this is within my realm of capabilities.
I will pass the contract of Yatericitis.
All right, is one of the very well groomed, very fluffy, never worked a day in their life kind of servants comes over, takes it on a pillow, and then like walks over in hand, kind of holds out the pillow as you see the elven hand kind of grab it for a moment and then go back behind the wall. You hear them flip it open and reading out loud. The fuck no! What? You want me to get? Do you have does she have a death wish? How dare you even think that? How dare she think that one of my merchants can do this? This
She did
contract
that
will
under
not.
threat of my head.
She threatens one of my own merchants. James, if you will this day swear a mercantile's fealty to me, and you will only pay taxes to my lands, right now I will make sure that this contract is not enforced upon you in any way. I will back you.
I will happily serve as merchant for your country.
Perfect. If that is the case, and with that agreement, I will give you something else as you hear him crumpling up the paper. What else do you desire? This contract is null and void. The Jia will hear of this later.
I would like to be able to sell. Well, that's interesting. The only other that was the main thing I had to ask for, as it was the most troubling thing for me.
Are you saying that you are refusing my kindness on a day of celebration?
It's just such a wonderful offer that I hadn't had
Ah,
enough time to think about
You
it.
need your compatriots, I understand. Give me a moment as you hear him move about, a stick kind of, look at a silhouette appearing in his hand. Nar, Frosty, and Rollman, I need will saves from all three of you.
What the fuck?
Oh no!
Not me!
And then, to follow, a reflex save.
How did he know I was here?
32.
32,
Can
okay.
smell you.
23. Damn it! Fuck.
23, okay.
No!
No, Frosty.
Frosty, what'd you get?
Two.
Oh.
Actually, hold on.
Hold up.
Because
Oh.
I have
You got a maneuver?
a zealous surge that I get to use to reroll.
Please roll another 2. Please roll.
Oh, that'd be funny. That'd be funny.
For comedy.
Oh, let's see.
Come on, motherfucker. Come
Did you
on.
say 32?
I did indeed say 32, yes.
Okay.
That's a nat 20. Oh, that's on World Anvil.
Alright, Nar and Frosty, you are not affected by this. Rollman, you do not say. Rollman, as she gets close to you, you feel her lean, like put her shoulder onto you and get to start to pull you into her as she looks at you, and then you find yourself falling through, and her go like a yelp from her as she falls onto the ground as you now find yourself sitting in your chair next to James, and you hear Greg go, and Greg's Maritom on the other side of this paper wall go, God, the little bastards. All right, fine, again. And give me another will save, Nar and Frosty.
Not you!
I've got 9 more of these, motherfuckers. You are coming.
28.
33!
Oh.
Roll it again. We're going to keep going. I got 8 more.
I just want to say before I roll again, if this doesn't impress Greg that I'm very resistant, I don't know what will.
Oh, it's even funnier because you guys are walking with the armor, so and drugs on your back. So
Oh yeah.
it's gonna be really awkward here in a
no.
second.
34!
Fuck you, man.
We're going up.
Only 18.
Oh.
Oh, all right. I got Frosty. As Frosty appears, you hear Greg's
Reflex.
baritone. Yeah, give me a reflex save to see if you save.
19.
19. You do succeed managing to keep your feet as you land, standing there. You hear Greg's Maritome's voice on the other side, Frosty, go, you must be Nar.
Roll with it.
Yes, I am Nar.
Give me a bluff check. Depending on what you roll, he may not roll sense motive, so.
My charisma's solid.
I'm joking.
Where's bluff?
It's
yeah.
near the top.
Yeah,
Right
it's
off
big.
22.
22? Yeah, trolls are fucking weird. Alright, your captain here, the owner of your company has asked for your assistance in coming up with what the reward will be for your great success. I apologize, I thought there were 4 of you, but I guess, Nar, you are quite a large individual. Please, discuss amongst yourselves.
Yes, of course.
As you notice, he cannot see you, Frosty. He is behind this paper thing, only seeing your silhouettes, which is saving you.
What
You
should
interrupted me. Come on, man. What help do you need?
what should we ask for? I already asked for the one thing that was troubling me, and it's being taken care of without using the gracious
Ask
gift
for
from
another
him.
thing.
What?
Dude, don't. As long as you're not insulting anything,
Maybe another
this
ship so we can have another company go out, so we can work towards the goal?
gracious world leader is offering you something. And just think of something.
I am quite amazing.
Well, I then have an idea. Would it be a problem to request a merchant headquarters somewhere in your lands, sir?
Not in the slightest. Arius himself had already requested that for much less. That's within ease. Would you like to fund it yourself, or would you like the crown, to fund it?
If possible, could the crown fund it for now?
You act as if my generosity is limited. I am the merchant king, my dear boy.
You are, but I wish not to ask too much.
You are
I
young.
apologize, Greg Smartthumb, for how humble my
Stay close, trying to
leader
cover
is.
James's mouth. I digress. I am tired of speaking to you lot. Yes, you will have your merchant headquarters. Send the headquarters, or my headquarters, the information for what and the specs of what you would like it to look like and where you would like it built. We will have it completed within a year's time, if, of course, weather upholding. Now, be gone and off with you. As you give me a will save, Rollman and Frosty, unless you're accepting it.
I will
Wolf.
accept.
I accept it.
Alright.
Hey,
I
Wolf,
must go back.
What up?
Wolf, I want you to know, I rolled a 17, followed by an 18, followed by a 19.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Rollman and
You got all of my fucking luck this
But I
game.
saved you anyway, because you thought that you were me.
as Rollman,
That's true.
you appear back, pushing up on the whole underwear, and the princess kind of looks over at you now, standing by a guard. She kind of smiles and waves at you as the guard starts guiding her off inside to the castle. As far as Frosty, you find yourself appearing. You see Nar about 30 or 60 feet in front of you, kind of continuing his walk towards the ship.
Nar, hold the fuck up, man.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Again, 20-foot move speed, so I
He hobbles
fucking
over.
waddle over. Hey, we should get out of here. We should just, honestly, me and you, we could own any of these ships, probably legally, somehow. We should just leave.
As we'll keep walking, because I assume he wants to frantically move.
Yes.
I'll be like, what happened?
Well, good news, bad news. He thought I was you. He
That's
thought
fine.
I was you.
That's fine.
I
Tried to summon you
have
and not
never
me.
faced more terror in my fucking life
In the
than
distance.
being summoned into that
You
room.
know,
In the
I'm
distance.
marginally insulted.
I imagine Greg going, man, that was an ugly ass troll.
I'm just
And
walking.
he shit on the carpet too. God damn
I was
it.
like, anyone can hear me talking as we're walking through. Man, he didn't even try to summon me. That's, man, mildly insulting.
Continue. As the two of you continue talking about this, James, as you find yourself coming out, you see Rollman, I imagine, looking slightly disappointed, looking on at
Slightly
the
disappointed,
the
yeah.
princess heading into the castle. But
I'm
as
looking at him because as I would follow his gaze, do I see the princess being let off?
yes, by a guard, and
I'll give her a
yeah.
kind wave and nod. And then I'll look back to Rollman and shake my head as we leave.
I just shrug.
It's not a shake of anger or resentment or anything. It's a head shake of disappointment.
Look, man, you interrupted me. If you hadn't gotten Greg to summon me, I was in there, man.
Yeah, and then you would have been stuck here.
Nah,
It's true.
I'm a free soul.
As you kind of get up, go and get the wagon ready, and start kind of turning it around to head out.
Yeah, I'll have Rollman drive while I change back into my armor because it has a restful crystal implanted on it, so I can sleep in this shit.
Alright. As James climbs in and begins to change, closing up the wagon so that you don't see him roll him in, as he's very shy about his armor.
Yes. Don't worry, that little scar's probably back there staring at you.
Yeah, don't worry about that. No, Roman, as you get to kind of pass by the gates, you do see as Little Scarf is standing at the very bottom, holding what looks to be a coin in his hand as he kind of tosses it over towards you.
He catches it.
And go ahead and add a coin of decisionary to your inventory.
What is that?
That's my favorite
I'm
item.
indecisive.
That's my favorite item.
It is a coin that you can flip to make a decision.
I'll be using that so much. Give
Best
that
part,
here.
it's made for marketing, so it tells you like bad deal, good deal.
Yep. As you kind of get hit, and you watch as he kind of climbs on, as you kind of slow down, he climbs onto the side sitting next to you and just kind of goes, dude, his place is so nasty. Also,
Yeah.
you know that there's a lot of paintings of you in the princess's room?
Me?
Yeah. I didn't know you looked that good with your shirt off. Like,
Good
impressive. You've been working hard on that, man. Like, that's... He kind of nods and goes, I gotta ask, she had it written on it that it was as hard as iron. Can I stab you in the stomach?
No.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. And I rub a diamond decanter potion on myself. Okay, now you can.
He goes and, like, stabs, and as he it begins to glow, or he begins to cast something as he goes to stab, and it stabs in as it bounces off. He looks at you and goes, oh, interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. I can throw sharp things at your way now when you're being
Only
attacked.
sometimes.
No, I got you. I understand.
No,
As he
only
kinda
sometimes.
writes that in his little book and puts it away. He goes, you're like, James, I can just throw things at you. That's cool.
They
Wait,
throw
is
them
that
at James
what's
more
been
than
taken
me.
off my helmet randomly?
Maybe. By the way, you're arrow
That's
resistant.
fine.
What'd you say?
I figured that.
He's arrow
I'm just
resistant.
not sad.
Mm.
Well, I'm not bone drinker resistant.
That's definitely true. You have to hit him first, though, as the cart continues on. As you get towards the gates, you see the captain of the guard kind of standing there filling out something. So he looks up at you from his scroll and goes, James, Nar is not allowed back in this city with any more legal requirements.
What'd he do?
I just look at him and I pull out 50 gold.
I have 7 scrolls that I've filled out in that room, and I've got 12 more waiting for me when I'm done.
I give him 50 gold.
No regrets.
Takes the 2 pouches. This makes me feel better because now my kids are going to have a nice vacation. I want you to know I'm going to remember this, James.
I give him another 50 gold.
I'm not going to remember this, James. And goes back inside.
I look at him and go, enjoy the vacation, and if you need anything at all from us, including transport, I'm happy to accommodate.
I'll take another 50 gold.
I'll
Give him 50
you
gold
50
full.
gold.
He looks out at the guard out there and goes, hey, you're in charge now. I quit. And walks out and goes. Taking the gold with him and leaves into the city. As you lot start heading back towards the ship, you lot kind of head up there, gathering together at the top of the ship, kind of explaining about what happens. As you lot kind of sit down to dinner to talk and discuss, we're going to end session here for tonight. We thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed, and we will see you on the next one.